actually meant that it slowed down their momentum so much.
Yeah, that's something that Spirit was really good at during both of their TI runs, was figuring out if one hero is a problem and they can't just bring the supports to a lane to solve it, they would bring Collapse or Yatoro would go. So it's really cool to see XG pulling out that here in the top 6 because, you know, once again, going back, like this is the sort of championship plays you need to
Yeah.
win the whole thing.
Always the 1% when you're able to just min-max it a little bit more. Also, though, when we went further into this sort of game winter, the team fights that were coming out, having the numbers again, Extreme Gaming has always been so good at balling up together early and taking over so much of the map.
I mean, their draft literally screams team fight, you know, in both games. And I also wanted to highlight that the way they involve everyone, because it's not just about starting the team fights, right? How are you going to involve all of your team? And right here you can see the Ursa once again comes in, Army rotating in with his team. They have all the ultis up. They try to take a fight. They try to take the tower here. And Nigma, they just couldn't really respond with 5 heroes because the Beast didn't have a good start. And usually Beastmaster, you don't really want to TP into a fight. You want to be in a position when and your team goes to you, right? So they took full advantage of that, and Nigma just couldn't bring 5 heroes and they had to run and they lost their carry.
With so many early rotations from Ame, we kind of see him take that extra leap. There's a much bigger gap between the two carry players in this game there, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Ame classic, the Ursa, and I feel like this is what Extreme has been playing really well around since day one of this tournament, which is having some, like, really bursty carry, and then heroes that can, like, kite the fight, do things from far, you know, they have Snapfire, they have Earthshaker, Warlock, all of these heroes, just they poke, they poke, they poke. Like, this basically lets XG play as a unit, and then Ame can, like, pick and choose his jumps and just not die. He went 9-0-4 this game, but honestly, this is how most of his Ursa games go, because they pick around it.
Yeah, a big difference between having an active early game carry compared to a late game scaling carry in the Medusa Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Ursa did a lot more Medusa, also a bit of a slower hero on the side. She needs 2 items to come online, and we can definitely see the difference. Even though Ghost was farming really well, but also you have Shadowfin. Like I think the problem was between Shadowfin and Medusa, because both of them are kind of needing other heroes to go in, and the hero damage at this time, a lot of that is from the laning stage as well. He did join one of these earlier fights, but Ame, like, he's ready to take the fight. This is the best hero in the game to take objectives. They took the first Roshan, they did take the first Tormentor as well, and this time around, they're trying to go for a kill. Again, this is not the target you want to initiate on. This is your Warlock. He still gets to rock, even though Shadowfin's not going to die because they're going to be losing the vision of him, off of that Glimmer Cape, but still, Ame, he's ready to join in. They have so many stuns, so many ways to disengage a teamfight. Pre-BKBs, you have this Earthshaker with the Fissure, with the Enchant Totem, and you can see the big difference between carry-to-carry matchup once they left alone, where Medusa's still not ready to take the fights with her, like 3-4 items that she wants to have.
It wasn't easy, though, to find the right target to initiate on. That Warlock, we saw it there at that 20-odd minute mark, how they struggled to kill him off. That's a position 5. Later on in the game, though, we also see them try and have a gank on the Earthshaker too, right? Caught just slightly out of position. We have a numbers advantage, and that one still doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, you can kind of see, like, the struggle that they were facing in the draft as the game progressed, where the only combo that they really had was Clockwork Hook into SF Requiem, and even though they basically did it perfectly here, they still have enough in the tank for XXS to get the BKB off, because the chain stun is just not long enough. So I guess you also need Beastmaster in position, but then you have Wars in the same place. It's one of those situations where, like, one drafted a lot of heroes that had many fight conditions, like ways that they can take the fight, and the other team drafted something which requires a lot more, like, outplay and maybe a higher cap.
I think if you look at the score, it tells you the story of the game, where both of the supports are trying to make something happen, because all 3 cores are really not having a fun time. They did die 8 times on both of the supports. Noob didn't have a good time at all. Every single time Snapfire with the Earthshaker paired up with the Coil. Very easy to execute combos once they go on him. He doesn't have much of a defense. And they managed to shut him down. He was the playmaker who was supposed to take care of the map. You did talk about the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend, the combos that we've seen that they executed the 2 times as well, but Ame standout player for a good reason.
Yeah, the 2 moves that he made just now in the highlights, the gank in the mid and the top rotation, those are the 2 moves that kind of just cemented the lead, you know, for Extreme Gaming there. And especially, like, the Ursa. I think same can be said for the other side, on Nigma Galaxy side, when they had the Beastmaster. I thought he lacked that carry gate rotation, right? And not to say it's Ghost fault, but as Medusa, you generally do not want to
You can't do that, yeah.
And so maybe you have to go back to the draft. Maybe it's probably better to enable the Beastmaster, because like I said, that it means that a lot of the responsibilities of the momentum of the game falls on the Beastmaster. And if your Beastmaster doesn't have a good game, you don't enable him. It's very difficult for your team to move around the map. And because he wasn't really the overall last pick, they picked the Ursa to kind of win the lane. And you don't help him, so how is he ever going to get into the game?
Right, I mean, he's overall first pick, and they didn't flex him out of offlane. Like, it was very clear throughout the entire draft that Extreme expected the Beast to go offlane. They picked an entire lineup that countered Beast offlane, and then NGX felt like they still had to run it offlane, but then they have this whole game that they need to play through him, and it just results in this problem.
They probably, I think, went differently because they saw the two supports, right? They were caught between two minds. So either we go with the original plan to enable the Beast, or right now we try to abuse the fact that they had these two supports, which doesn't really offer a lot in the early game, and we pick a greedier mid, right? So in the end, they went for that, and it's clearly show why it didn't really work out.
Yeah, a lot of symptoms that came from what could have been a very simple fix. But that's all in hindsight. Nigma Galaxy now out of the international here. We're going to take a look at our bracket because Extreme Gaming's day is not over. Whilst they have won this elimination best of 2, they are going to have, best of 3, they are going to have to play later today as well. And that is going to be the winner of either BB Team or Heroic. So it's a long day for them, a lot of time between, and maybe time to reset. Lacoste, it's a really fine line of resetting but preparing too.
Oh, for sure. They did manage to reset after the growth of the playoffs, where they were kind of undefeated. Everybody was starting to top and try to figure out what the game is doing. They did lose to Vision yesterday, which was one of the game was competitive to the second one. They couldn't figure out what Vision did have very much to deal with. And now they have a couple of games left to figure out who they're going to be playing. They're beating or Heroic, but Extreme Gaming, they're definitely setting up and see the power. This is pretty much Extreme Gaming's approach.
Alright, we would be talking about these teams, what's to come, what their time is going to be filled with. We have a little bit of time to fill with you guys, and so over the last few days at the International, we got to catch up with everyone and ask them about keeping the best mid laner.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your off laner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the mid lane. I want you to cast your minds back to TIs of yore and perhaps of yesteryear and choose who you think has been the most impactful and bestest mid ever. Best TI winning mid player as selected by the players of Hall of Fame.
Oh, this is a really tough one, I think.
Oh, really?
It's Miracle, end of the show.
Saying
Done.
Miracle, end of show?
I know it's Miracle. I know Miracle's #1 on that list.
I think there's a case out there for Dendi.
Okay.
I think if people
All right.
want...
Yeah, this is a bold one.
Look, I love Dandy. You know I love Dandy, but come on, brother. You're saying Miracle? What are you saying?
It's not what you think. Let's be clear. What do you think the players said? It's Dendi.
It's not Dandy.
Who is choosing?
In terms of multiple TI victories,
Oh, yeah?
it's Thompson,
Oh, that is a good...
right? Because they're swapping out the mids on Spirit, you know?
That's
They're
true.
throwing them around.
It's Miracle.
It's a joint first.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joint first
Oh.
between Miracle and
Joint first
Sumail.
You're saying Miracle Sumail?
Is I would guess that Sumail is the other.
You're incorrect.
Really?
It is Miracle and Thompson.
Yeah, they're
Joint
just
first.
Redlers.
Yeah.
We're all the same. The pro players are just us.
Yeah. When you think about Miracle and Thompson as joint first, they're worthy joint Hall of Fame, as I would say. What is it about these two guys that elevates them above each other?
I think they're just the most iconic mid laners we've had. Both of them were a step ahead of their competition. Sumail, probably the largest skill gap there's ever been in like roll-to-roll matchups at a TI. I think that Thompson was also ahead of people, but in a more creative aspect. He wasn't necessarily mechanically that much further ahead of the rest of the
Right.
group. He was God
I think
in
it
that
was his
regard.
brain was that further ahead.
He had the galaxy brain. Yeah.
It's funny because they're all so different too. Like
Yeah.
those three mid players, despite all being there, are quite different cases. Like for me, Thompson is not only because he won TI twice, but it's this idea of just like all the different ideas he brought to the game.
And he seemed crazy sometimes.
Yeah, of
like if you
course.
watch him, like, what is Thompson doing? It's like, oh, he's destroying.
And it's not just heroes. It's not just like the items. I feel like that's what we talked about. But like the way he played, like they were just psychotic. Like he would dive behind that tower, and the buds are there, and
Yeah.
they're rolling in deep, and it just kept on working.
It was mad.
And it was very, very impressive. And I think that's why we remember it so well.
Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the Radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap.
Do you have anything to add to this?
Style.
Style. One word. Style.
I think it
that's all
speaks
it
for
takes,
itself.
baby.
That's
Okay.
what mid lane's about. Mid lane's about style. That's why every mid laner who plays it, they play it because they want to style on something, and they got style.
The one thing that's weird about it is that Miracle has a couple more of those like standout moments where he had the enemy team in the palm of his
He
hand.
literally outplayed 5 guys.
Yes.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
The reaction point was all about Miracle, the bar start from Taka. He'll connect, follow up, Fidget, but KP. He'll get the sun up the mountain, goes to the middle of the field, Zacian. Cornered off, Miracle, the anchor is left there from GH on the only side. And damage outpost Turbine with the side. SDC is going for Turbine.
That's what gives him the most credit.
Yes.
Is that he was like the individual. And the buds were there like helping him out. But Thompson was more of like a gelled into the team thing, I think. Like
Yeah,
they
I think
played a lot
you're right.
around him and he saw the success together as a unit. When we think of Miracle, you think of just like some giant like 25-0-7.
Can you think of a play or a moment each for say either Miracle or Thompson where you would thought, holy crap, that's
The Thompson Invoker, that iconic moment where he's casting a billion spells and outplaying everybody in that team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God that was.
Yeah.
Can he keep this man alive though? He doesn't have the black hole back on the other hand, but a big gust heading him back. Tornado! Thompson! He's in with the back of the middle! Thompson with the save!
As far as Miracle goes, there are too many highlights to think of just one.
Okay.
That's the entire half of YouTube's video list is just
True.
Miracle highlights.
Even
So,
now, it's all just Miracle
true.
highlights. Yeah.
That's
Well,
what half the Dota audience is still watching. TI ended, they started loading up the Miracle 2016 highlights.
Miracle highlights and Thompson build. That's what people want. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. That was me.
Odogo uploading, and searching for those highlights, and TI is still going. They're still facing the new mid laners to carve their names in that ages and causing moments for themselves as well. But that was our casting talking about who the pro players had voted as the best or most memorable mid laners. Do we have any differing opinions on the panel about it?
I mean, Miracle has been such an iconic mid player. It's kind of hard to go against him.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
Miracle Top-
bias on
Okay.
Of course, I want to say SEA mid.
You can still do it, Winter.
Nah, but they're totally spot on. Both of them, like Thompson and Miracle, they definitely change a lot of players' mindset in the mid lane. How you're supposed to play, how you're supposed to lane, what items are you gonna go, how are you rotating. They definitely started a totally different track.
Yeah, and now we see, mid lane just exactly how it is played out, how much more support is given around it, what the teams like to do. It's very indicative of their playstyle as well, and two teams that have extremely unique playstyles or hero pools are the two that we're going to see next. We have BBT up against Heroic, and I mean Heroic coming out with these Pudges. Obviously, they also love their clockwork. We see them with the off-lane Phoenix too. It just feels like you can never put this team in a box. They always go above and beyond expectations in any regard.
Yeah, to me, this is the most fun team to watch of the tournament, and it's not just because they pick Pudge. It's because they create so much chaos in a game that they make their opponents, no matter how skilled, they will make their opponents make mistakes. And Dota, where there are no mistakes, is boring. You just see objective to objective, and the game ends. This is why TI is so great. You have the pressure, you have the stakes, you have a team that's willing to create these mistakes, and then you get these long games, opportunities for really cool plays to happen. It just seems to happen
Every single time. The game that they played yesterday against Tundra, if you gave their draft this Pudge, Shadow Demon, Broodmother, Tusk, and Phoenix, I think any other team, I don't think they would be able to win that game. Because this is not like a super strong draft. It's just that it suits Heroic's playstyle. They know how to utilize these heroes. This is pretty much their classic heroes as well. We're talking about Tusk. We're talking about Shadow Demon, KJ as well. Support duo has been really the shining stars of the team. But I also got to talk about this guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he had a single bad.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say we're seeing him step up in every regard when it comes to it. Is he going to be able to step up when it comes to the side of the PB team? They're drafting a lot more stable in what we see with their support. They're open to some time. And it just feels like there is the big difference in what they want to do with stability in finding success.
Yeah, the dynamic is definitely going to be interesting between the two teams, where one team is just trying to make everything chaotic, whereas BB team, I think they have to try their best to ignore that the other side, what they're doing. They have to focus on what they are doing and just make sure that, oh no, we see a random Schofield walking around, should we kill him? You know, those thoughts should be blocked out and just focus on our objective. Are we getting the tormentors? Are we going for Roshan? Are we getting the tower? Don't just go after Schofield every time you see him doing something silly in the game.
I will say for BB team though, the one word I would use to describe this team, even if they have just lost the series, is confident. And I think that that is what could potentially break the chaos of Heroic. As much as I love the chaos, I think the BB team could be so confident that they're just not swayed by the Schofields running around. They find the answer to the Mother coming out mid, or they just ignore it and let it exist.
I didn't think I was going to say this ever, but you know who's the stabilizing factor in BB team? Is it Pure? No, it is BBK. Like, this guy has had tremendous years. Like, maybe before a couple of years back, you know, he would be on the Flipcorn side, but I don't remember last time this guy did something that was like game-throwing. Like, in most of their games that they play, he's the most stable. He's the one leading the charge in a game where they're losing 5,000-10,000 gold behind. He is ready to pull it back. His puck performances, this guy has a massive hero pull, plays those heroes to extreme, and always fun to see. This guy has some really nice moves, one of the most talented mid laners we still
I
have.
felt like he changed a lot after the break where they were trying out Kiyotaka. And then
Right, it was that swap.
He was doing that swap, and then when he came
He
back,
got angry. He came back and he's like,
A vengeance.
yeah.
He had something to prove, and I know that they've still got a lot to prove when it comes to being on this TI stage. So let's bring him out. Game number 3 seems to be where this team loves to go, making their series so far on the TI main stage go the distance. They have been one of the most entertaining teams that we've got to see when it comes to gameplay and execution. With someone else that loves to bring some heat, some energy, and of course, their opponents. They showed up yesterday. They can definitely show up against it.
Oh, they definitely. This is a team that is super explosive. And when we talk about South America, Thunder Awake finished at 56th place in TI 11, Infamous 7th, 8th place, East Coast Heroic at TI 13, and this was during TI 9 and TI 11. So for the region, this is pretty massive. Having a team that is so good at the TI main stage is just pretty impressive, and doesn't seem like they want to stop. I also think that this matchup might be a bit of a different one for BB because I mean they did beat a couple of times throughout this year. BB team did win every single time, but I think Heroic powered up. This is a team that learned a lot from their mistakes after the loss they did have earlier, and all I'm seeing is
lot of them playing at 4 TIs, including this one, Miro. This is his third one. So there has been so much growth already in previous placements for them, but Pure, he's the standout one there in terms of having achieved so much already. I feel like he's one of those players that just would not be happy going out here now. This elimination, I think, means more than anything to... He wants to make it to that final day is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did reach that with Tundra, but also I don't think Pure has reached his full potential yet as TI here, because in the previous performances, this guy is the dominating factor. He's the one controlling the tempo of the game with his Monkey Kings, with his CKs. He plays lone to it as well, but I don't think he's playing to 100%.
It really feels like BB as a team, they live or die off of the back of Pure. This is what we saw in the series yesterday, where he was rotating on anti-mage, level 2, level 3.
Oh yeah, that mid rotation.
It was really interesting. He has very creative ideas when it comes to the game. He has a lot of confidence, but as a result of that, you can have these games where it's very volatile, and either he's 18-0 or he's 0-18, which makes for very interesting Dota.
I mean, on top of that, I think it's very rare nowadays to see a carry player leading the team.
Yeah.
Usually you see support, or maybe sometimes on the mid lane, there's a lot of players on the mid, or maybe sometimes in Andra's game, where you see the off lane, the kind of rallies. Nowadays, carry role actually happens. On the carry side, there's a lot of red on the game, your itemization, your laning, what you have to do in the game, so having all that extra responsibility with the draft and taking care of the team aspect is something that is really, really important.
He does have a lot of ideas. Well, this is the guy with one of the advantages. He was actually the only one who was playing Ice Stealers, so see something is good. He's definitely going to try to push it. I believe he had 90% win rate on the hero, 9 out of 10 games.
He played Hoodwink carry too.
He did
Same
play
one.
Hoodwink carry. You did mention that they are playing a lot of Hoodwinks from position 4. Gotta be careful about that one. When you're playing against Heroic, Meepo can always come out. Guess what? Guess who also plays Meepo? Not so far at TI, but he loves to run it.
See, this is the thing you have to be worried about if you're Pro, is that the way that BB is making their way through this tournament, the way that they're changing every game, the way that Pure is trying things, and yes, he has some games where he doesn't look so good. Guess what? This is exactly what they did in Wallachia Season 5, and they won. They won the entire thing by doing this.
Yeah, I think he also had a great point yesterday about BB Team Jenkins, where we were talking about how they are on these people's radar. They're sliding right underneath. Nobody's talked about BB Team much. We're talking about Heroics, Extreme, Division, Falcons, but BB Team, I haven't seen people talk too much about them in terms of like the hot contenders who potentially win that game.
That's the thing, is they're always expected to say, oh yeah, they'll get top 6, they'll do fine, but they won't win. This is what everybody thought in Milwaukee.
They'll
And guess what?
troll.
Yeah, guess what?
Something will happen.
They didn't throw. Something happened. Here goes 0-17, and still the next game comes back. The next series comes back. But GPK, like you mentioned, he has been so stable for this roster, where it even feels like in games where his team is not doing well, he is like 16-0. And sometimes they win games off of the back of that, and usually it's his Puck. I remember after Wallachia Season 5, the entire community was gaslit that there were no bad matchups for Puck, and Puck was getting brutalized mid because of this in every other game for every other team, and it was just GPK was so good at the hero that's what it looked like, but it wasn't right.
I mean, it's not just a hero. I think he's also one of the best laners, right? I think in this specific matchup between BB Team and Heroic, the lanings are going to matter a lot. Because if you can actually take control of the lane early on, you control the room, make sure you don't give it away. I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic to do that chaotic style of Dota if they don't actually get a decent amount of them. So I think he actually matches up really well against Heroic because of how they play the game in the game.
But here's the question about the matchup then, because Analog, historically speaking, like literally when the guy came onto the scene years and years ago, he has always been I am going to cheese pick mid. I will pick Broodmother, I will pick Batrider mid. This is what he's playing in the tournament. Monkey King, destroy you in a melee to melee matchup. Is this something that is actually going to matter in the GPK?
I would say no, because GPK has been so stable. He's basically the rock of BB Team, but Analog, this guy has been also powering up. He has a very interesting hero pool that he loves to hang out. Like yesterday, we've seen that Broodmother that you talked about. After seeing Invoker, this is the hero that GPK loves to run, so gotta be careful, especially at these, I would say, early picks. Something that we've seen Nigma in the previous one kind of did a bit of a mistake opening up with that one hero getting countered immediately because they couldn't really flex it.
I want to see their past encounters because we've talked about how it's always been slightly favoring BB Team, how in tournaments when they're sliding under that radar, they're able to go the distance, go on to even potentially win it there. But for Heroic, this is just it's something that doesn't feel normal in terms of a tournament for them. There we have it.
It's been
BB Team.
hugely favoring BB Team.
Right.
So yeah, it's not been looking good for Heroic,
But this is months ago that you have to factor in. There has been a lot of significant growth for Heroic.
It may be months ago, but it really comes from, I think, the root of how both teams actually play. Because when I was watching their games, right, I feel like Heroic likes to play on the side lanes more. They prioritize Whisper's game a lot. So they tend to give a lot of rotations towards the side lanes, whereas I think against BB, if you don't control the runes and if you don't pressure GBK, he's going to try to snowball the game from there. Then, after that, if Nero gets pressured, he doesn't mind coming to the mid lane, or even Pure, for example, he's rotating to mid lane to help the mid laners get runes and make plays, And that doesn't really happen the other way around when Heroic, they are going for the mid runes. I don't really see Whisper come down as much because he prioritizes his own game a lot more. So I think the dynamic is what makes the difference there.
Yeah, and in the drafts he's also prioritized. So you might end up with Analog not having a extremely good matchup to 1v1 against GBK. So I do agree. However, this version of Heroic is not really the same because I feel like for the... oh, come on.
Take that phone away.
That's a good way to...
The arena was definitely vocal about what
Where's
they
the
thought
security? Escort him out of the arena.
Do either of these teams pick Tinker? I don't think we have... no Tinker
Well, wait, okay,
mids,
when
at
you
least.
say
No
that,
Tinker mids.
I was going to say, they're not necessarily like Tinker experts, but I do feel like there is one person on almost every team.
They're not going to win. Anyway, Heroic has powered up in this tournament, and I think every other tournament this year, barring the Parker Wallachia when they had been, they have pretty much played to their expectations. They don't beat the good teams, but they beat all the bottom tier teams, and then they just get knocked out by when they face their first good team.
I mean, usually that's like a sign of a team not being flexible. Because to a certain point, you might need to play out of your comfort zone to make certain adjustments to beat the stronger team.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, they, like you said, they're already powered up, and we'll have to see whether they are really willing to make that change. Like the prioritization. Are they going to try to move that away from Whisper and try to help Analog more to make sure that they don't get run over by BB team in this game?
I think the offlane duo for Heroic is pretty similar to the way Vision plays, where Schofield, I'm gonna say, they put their offlaner in a really weird position, whether they're gonna be dominating the lane completely like they did yesterday with this Marcy plus the Batrider, or he's gonna be doing his own thing on the clock, would be very annoying, something that 9 class does really well, compared to the offlane duo PvP with Nero and Save, who's been so stable in those matches, pretty much ever since he joined the scene. Nero, I also think that this meta does favor him, because we're talking about these Dominators, these 2 metas, these are all of his most successful and the best heroes. We're talking about the Lycans, Beastmasters, Visages as well, so he knows how to micro.
Look, those fans are getting passionate out there. They're seeing Heroic on the stage and in their booth, and all they want to do is just get on into this series.
BB Team versus Heroic. Game 1.
Yeah, we have another elimination on our hands here between BB Team and Heroic. We talked about the chaos that could potentially ensure for these two, depending on what they get their hands on in the draft. The stability coming from that off lane, especially in the position 4 on the side of BB Team. However, on the side of Heroic, it's the chaos that is somehow stabilizing their lineup in a position 4.
I'm never going to get used to a first phase ban much. That is so goofy and wacky. Actually, speaking of the 9 class comparison that you made, Lacoste, I think one of the best measures of goofiness in a position 4 like Chaos is courier kills, because you're just on the enemy side of the map. That's where you're going to snipe couriers. 9 class is number 1 in the record for
I assume
Schofield's number 2.
Why am I not surprised?
So the comparison is definitely very accurate.
I mean, the counter to that is the pick Marcy, so your couriers don't die easily.
That's true. Genius. It might actually make it through here.
Yeah, I think it's something that's not highlighted enough. Whenever you have Marcy, it actually helps the lane a lot because of that.
It does, yeah. More of a counter to Heroic, but they snag it. Such a strong hero. Like literally the reason that the whole dominating meta even happened. the fact that you can run it as a core position, if you can play every core role, I think even mid would be fine. You can run in any core role, the Dominator, play for having a lot of damage, you can run in either support position and use the double jump, jumping your ally in.
The passive is also really strong, right? It's not just the health. Really passive. I think those are the two things combined that make Hero so hard to move with right now.
And the position 4 picking up passive, people out of trouble.
Didn't we see one game previously, like once someone did it on the portal?
Oh wow! Oh, on support passive in it. Yeah. I think that's fine in some games. If you feel like if it's all like range wars you don't want to jump them in, and you don't know there's anything you can save from, or you can scale. It's definitely okay. Yeah.
So we are seeing a trade here between Master and Lycan.
Yeah, the crowd definitely is cheering for the Lycan. They love the how that he'd be doing. I don't know if you guys were tuning in last time he was playing. It's a lot of fun. I do wonder if we're going to get their hands on the Shadow Team in the, because that was something that was a big like factor in their series yesterday.
I mean, I want to see like how both teams deal with the health. Right? So both support and health hero. You have to kind of build the ground to deal with it. And I would always kind of favor the Radiant side a little bit more because of the fact that you get the earlier rotation access and the momentum. So I feel like you have to like really plan your draft around that, whether you can actually stop it from the power side. Then way of having heroes that can actually stop it from happening early on. Like you want to have, I think, heroes that can sit in mid lane and defend a tower. Because the thing with the mid tower is the Radiant side, once they kill your mid tower, it's very easy for them to kill the Roshan 50 and 20.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I would like to have heroes that can push away her. Like we've seen Sniper, we've seen like Puck. All these type of heroes I think are really, really good at defending the tower.
And that's an interesting ban. Heroic removing Dragon Knight. Not many people wanted to play Dragon Knight.
It's a
but
GPK
PvP,
specialty.
Yeah, they did play it on Pure as well.
It takes the tower, so I feel like it has a lot of. It doesn't really defend the tower as well, but it takes your tower, so I think it can make it difficult for the Radiant side to get that early Roshan. Has a lot of like thought behind this ban.
In BB team taking out the Meepo, not gonna let Yuma get his specialty. Some teams will wait and ban it to the last phase, but they're not willing to risk it. Heroic does have the pick out of phase, the last pick.
Yeah, this one not really being too much of a surprise. The Hood win.
He should.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd.
He's
Yeah,
good.
put it up to Thompson, you know? Who knows? There might be a return.
Hey, there's
one day
Divide
for him.
Llama in the back. Saw Divide Llama there.
We're seeing everyone in the crowd.
Shoutouts to Divide Llama.
Yeah, awesome. We're going on to Heroic. And their pickup here with the Chen. This is a different sort of take that KJ can go for.
It's a very fast-paced lineup with Marcy and Chen. They're just trying to run them over from the early game.
They're like,
Falcons.
you know what Falcons did yesterday?
Yeah.
They removed Dragon Knight, they did beat Dragon Knight as well in one of those games, but they also did play Chen, which gives them quite a lot of momentum. Like Chen brings all these auras, very annoying for the offlaner to be laning.
Yeah, I think you might
your mana burn.
We might actually see a Wyvern actually moving out here for Katami. I think Wyvern is very good against these two heroes. Very good against Chen. Kind of blocks the Marcy's damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether they actually throw down their out after this.
Okay, Queen of Pain. I would say this is quite punishable for her.
It's also really good with the Chen, right? Because Chen likes to go mid and pressure and take the tower. Corp always keeps the enemy mid lane low on resources, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to kill the tower.
That's a cool point. That's a cool point. I feel like there are heroes that can counter Queen of Pain, and I don't know. She doesn't really like playing into Lycan that much. This is a very interesting one. I mean, Hoodwink is a really low HP hero and very hard to catch. So I do feel like Queen of Pain loves playing against Hoodwink. And the thing with Heroic is Schofield does play Quap. This could be a Quap 4.
Could be a Whispered Quap as well, so for now they're just keeping Flex open. To see the two heroes that BB team is going to pick. They need some kind of a control. I don't think having Hoodwink as your control is going to be enough, because this is not a reliable control. Maybe in safe stance it is, but also Lycan doesn't provide it with much. But again, we talked about the Lycan. This hero gives you very strong time. 12, 13 minutes, some of the Overlord as well. Then you're going to be pushing with your Wolves, you're going to be pushing with your Shards. A lot of those pushing is going to be happening on the map. The lanes are going to be in a good position, which opens up potential. If you're going to force and collect all that information, one of the reasons why this hero is
Yeah, we're looking able to open up the map
this is like one of the best duos, right? I remember seeing this earlier.
Yep.
Combination.
It's a very strong trio too. They have a lot of kill threat, lots of magic bursts, lots of ways of locking people down, and even if the two supports go with Lycan, like these are
Yeah, this is what Lycan like. So any kind of lockdown and slow something that can keep them in place just sort of keep them in one. I would say that this is sort of a full response to what they have.
So I guess Jaco's doing mid now.
Yeah, I assume so. I think this Queen of Pain will be shifted to hopefully
Off lane?
Off lane, I would say.
Yeah, it's very
still open.
similar to like the Bat and the Phoenix that he plays, right? He plays all these like ranged heroes that deal a lot of damage, aiming to destroy you in the lane. I think that's probably the reason why BB team felt like they are more comfortable waiting for the carry pick to fully understand what is a lane matchup, because that's what heroic like to do. They like to destroy the same lane.
They do. They're always having that strong offlane. That's what we guys talked about coming into this one. And so it does make sense that they're looking to try and hold off, give Pure the best game, because he hasn't really been having the greatest showing. He has a lot more potential than what he's been bringing to the main stage so far. So we'll see what exactly gets taken out from the side of Heroic. What are you worried about? What is a Pure hero that could do so much damage to their line?
I feel like if you know you're playing into Queen of Pain in the off lane,
Lifestealer, Abaddon.
Abaddon would have been great. Lone Druid does very well against Queen of Pain, and I feel like that's something you should be afraid of, not necessarily because it's the best, but because it's very good and it's BBT.
But does it depend on who's your 4 as well, right? Maybe the right position 4 would enable the bot against that specific matchup.
I don't know if there is a position 4 that enables bot versus
I
Lone.
mean, some of these melee position fours, if we're talking about Task potentially coming out, but for now it does seem like they are thinking that this. I mean, Marcy is kind of the same type of the hero if we're talking about melee position
Yeah,
fours.
could they
do have
actually
stuns.
do
Queen of
that?
Pain Marcy could be their offlane.
Just pick another carry, right? If they want to.
Yeah, that's true. That's what BB seems to think with many of the carries. Yeah, Marcy Claw is definitely a very strong lane. Disruptor can feed in that relentlessly.
Yeah, so that Queen of Pain and that Earthshake still having some questions, but now we feel more confident that a Marcy is going to be a support. So just straight up banning out what carries are good here. So both of them trying to get the best lane matchups, the best possible last pick.
Yeah, but Pure gets to see his lane, and he gets to see the carry-to-carry matchup first, too.
I mean, if you're picking a carry, I kind of feel like it has to be like a more general for heroic.
Yep. Yeah, I like that.
Because you don't really know your
Rosa
carry matchup. You want something that T8. Yeah. You need something that can maybe fight a lot more early and just help your team, you know.
Gyro Chen would do very well against Lycan.
You have the flag for the creeps. And it's an excellent gate hero as well. I think Heroic loves to have a carry that can come through the gates to unleash their offlane use.
I was building up because they're still thinking about this ban that goes into that pick. What else has Pure just really been?
I think Lifesteal. I think Lifesteal.
I think
one, but
yeah,
one man well could work out, especially if this is going to be Queen of Pain for the offlane, and it does look like
It's just too scary and handsome.
So they need to pick something that kind of covers the lifestealers.
I agree.
Would there really be that gyro though, or do you lose a little bit of faith? That was the problem.
Gyro in like, I don't think you can.
What about picking up the lifesteal? Wow, well that answers my question.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, do you just hard push? You go Nature's Prophet? Just
Nature's Prophet looked so bad.
We're gonna
for
play-
all I gotta say. I think TA Gyro are really good options if they want to speed things up. These are also heroes that allow your supports to be playing around you, who are not going to be afraid of Lycan, Chen's going to be protection, Chen's going to be These heroes are going to be strong. They're going to.
Oh, I like that.
This is good. This is something that Extreme Game tried yesterday as well. Go with the Crystal back and have a little bit more extra pressure. Something that comes online super early, and that did work out for them at the early stage. They ended up losing that game, but Crystal, I gotta say, looked good.
Lifesteal's pretty nasty here now. I like the bristle too. Like you said, it's an answer to the Lycan. There is Void Spirit who can face you, force you to face in a certain direction, which is carry Bristle Blend. Get it beat.
8 games with a break. And this break relatively early in the break pick. That's really going to be careful about something pulling back. Void Spirit turning it around.
I mean, the thing about the quick play is kind of enables your whole line, right? Because if you don't have the overall last pick, I think the next best thing to do is just try to make sure you have a down that covers square basically and able to push out his timing and hopefully can, pull through. And this anti-mage win is going to go totally the other way.
I see. Okay. I mean, this is a
Swap counter the lane.
this is a lane dominator against me. Although I will say,
You change your lane. Right now, put the pop on carry and put the Bristol there.
I think that's
they're doing some scope for on Queen of Pain. And Bristle versus Anne.
That's actually a very nice switch of lane.
Smart. Very smart.
The Bristol loves that.
Yeah.
Now is this animate last pick really lost its value, or is there still a lot of value?
I mean, the value is to win the lane. I feel like they are kind of that, but if you can actually win the lane, then you kind of compensate for that. But Heroic is thinking that more important game is to win the lane, so that's why to try to destabilize that. So I think I kind of like what Heroic. I feel like the game will have time.
Yeah.
Yesterday against Falcon, this Intimate was Gato Hero in the mid lane, trying to go for the game, and this time around think hard and be slightly overall, it's about how this Intimate. They're searching. That's pretty much about it.
That's true. I like the switch up. I think Shaker should also be very good against Spirit mid. The question is, it is GPK. He seems to win matchups and he shouldn't. Does that factor in? But I love this switch.
I mean, it's not just the lane, right? After the lane, it's definitely move up with Shaker and Chain Creeps and DD. How is the EM going to stop the push? They're going to lose their power. That's the EM going to go down. And I feel like EM is going to go down and it's going to miss.
Well, is there a timing on the side of Heroic now that we're seeing? Is there a moment where you feel like they might lose some power and the full little bit short? Is there that timing?
I think this is where Lightning comes in because the hero comes online so quickly, so it's going to be a lot of heroes to be able to he's not shut down just enough time so that Anti Mage can get the pushback because this is not an early game oriented hero. Even with the helmet with Dom, I just want to see how good of a start we haven't noticed yet.
Alrighty, we're almost ready to get into our game. Before we do, we're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami and then go tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I am indeed joined by Caps of Heroic. Rob, got some questions about what you made Schofield do this game. You picked up the Queen of Pain, decided to turn it into a support. What's the idea here?
Well, I think everyone that plays high-level ranked know that Schofield plays a lot as a core, and Queen of Pain is one of the go-tos. He's always playing COP randomly, and I think he plays really well on the hero, and we needed that for the draft. We're doing that a lot this tournament, and I believe him. I think he's gonna show he's good on the hero.
I'm more than happy to see that become a reality, and what you're doing for the draft is working consistently. You put Analog on Shaker. I'm biased, but that has been my favorite hero to see him on. I'm happy you're making it happen. What was the reason in this matchup?
They picked the Void Spirit. It is a flex for them, because Spirit already plays. And we figured that if you pick Shaker and we have Quap, we can have two good lanes against Void Spirit on both mid and off lane. So we could double flex and just play for that.
It kept him guessing. I need a one-word answer for this last one. Anti-Mage, 25th, 24th pick. Are you scared? Yes or no?
Nah.
He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number 1.
And you cannot afford to be scared going this deep into the international. Elimination on the line, but no matter which way this series goes, history is about to be set. Avery, we either have BB Team outdoing their previous performance in 5th, 6th in 2023, or a South American team top 4 for the first time in the history of the international.
So many TIs have come and gone, and they have never gotten that far. It would be historic indeed. A lot on the line for these two teams, and one series to prove they are worthy to advance farther here. This is quite a Game 1 draft we have in terms of how much skirmishing, how much team fight has been prioritized, and already the action commences. First blood to KJ on that bottom lane. Exactly what you want to see if you're a Heroic fan. This is a team that plays better when the action is fast, chaotic, in your face. You don't know what's going on. Classic South American style Dota.
And Pure, he's going to fall as well. Heroic taking this laning phase by storm just as they intended from their draft.
This lane swap is really going to hurt the AM pick. And we saw how much damage this AM suffered yesterday on the hands of Pure. I mean, he had one of the worst lane stages I think he's ever had in his career on this hero in that last pick situation. He got lane swapped into another rough situation, again, already suffering. You do not want a repeat of that game if you are BB team here.
Yeah, the upside being that it really can't get much worse than the last standing mage performance, but the downside is this time around, elimination is on the line. You can't afford to drop the series.
This is a very different team too. Heroic will play fast. They will push the pace. They will kill you around the map. They will hunt you. They are extremely good at it, and they have a Chen Bristle lineup where if you give them a lead, we could see something similar to what Falcons did yesterday. You just push 25, 35 minutes, first, second Roshan. If you can get it down quickly, high ground is absolutely on the menu for this lineup. You do not want to give them that 9, 10K gold lead. They will just end the game out of nowhere. This AM, he's on a clock. He needs to find his items fast enough to contribute in the team fights as Heroic try and push the pace, and the howls are already coming out.
Collective 10 denies already from the Heroic side. See not just the kills, but the denies that they're getting out of things, and it's only escalating from here. You're going to expect that, particularly with the Earthshaker matchup. The fact that the Bristleback is able to get as many denies as he has as well. BB team are going to be walking into this early game behind in gold, but certainly behind in experience.
Heroic got the lanes they wanted. They should be confident pulling ahead in this laning phase, particularly with that Shaker matchup mid. You have Shaker against a melee hero. You should absolutely free farm. You should get the denies. Fight for the Lotus will go BB team's way here.
KJ, he's going to try and hold on. It seems like Pure, he'll take some damage, but in the end, gets that Lotus. And how did that fight with the Chen? I have to imagine KJ, actually, he was able to sit there. He was able to force BB team back, so he got the Lotus on the safe lane.
Big win for them. Putting mana into these two side laners for Heroic, really important here between the Bristle
especially
and the
with a jump. Yuma, he's going to make expert use of that mana. Pushes Miro out of position. That'll be amount of damage. The Bushwhack, the only thing that saves his life there.
Putting the pressure on these Helm heroes always feels good. You delay it a little bit, it counts for a lot down the stretch. Even pick up a kill on this lane is amazing for Heroic. Extra experience going into the Chen would go a huge way for KJ in this game. If those auras up, your team fight's a lot stronger. Another jump, another rebound, another toss.
Beautiful double hit. The Lotus bit a heal going the way of the Lycan.
Will survive to the Helm though. Flying out now. Feels like Miro got through at least a tough early portion of this lane. Analog feeling the heat of his own. This glimpse is coming for you. Just out of range.
Almost got him. Has to hit him with the Rend. It does manage to do so. Now the glimpse is in range, but it's not even required to get the kill.
Nice little rotation from Kataomi. I mean, that top lane not going well at all. Try and make something else happen on the map. And this will skew that mid matchup that was going in on its way. Now it's going to swing back to GPK. We saw how much of a rock GPK has been for this team. If you're going to put resources into one lane in this game as BB team, it's got to go mid. Enable this man, let him carry you, let him carry those early mid-game fights. He's your one playmaker. He's got to create space for this Lycan and this AM.
Look at this body blocking. KJ, true to his name, king of the jungle, but apparently not good enough as Kataomi continues his roaming experience.
As a glimpse.
The Disruptor with the glimpse ready to go. One kill, looks to turn to two with an immediate bushwhack after the glimpse. Guarantees a double for Miro.
This double Disruptor rotation completely broke that stranglehold Heroic had in the early laning phase. They're topping the CS chart, but the net worth is starting to swing. And more importantly, there's just not the equivalent pressure going into the AM. The helm is flying out for him. Getting some decent net worth on that top lane. Top CS. Way better start from here than we saw that other time around.
Yeah, the fact that BB team is actually up in gold now, is that, how concerning is that for Heroic, considering the fact they put in so much effort to win the laning phase, and it seems like the latter part of this has not worked out for them.
Still fine. I mean, you can still snowball this game. You can still put pressure on the lanes with Chen rotations. You can look for the Shaker Blink. You can look for the stacking on the triangle too, right? Schofield trying to just deal with these sentries to free up the camps. It's been a nuisance for them. So no stacks created at the 6-minute mark. Could hamper Analog's momentum here. If you can't find kills, you got to go back to that jungle. And if there's nothing waiting for you in the jungle, then where are you going on the map?
I was expecting to see teams put more resources into blocking out these camps, just because it has been one of the reasons that Earthshaker has been so highly valued, right? You just pick this hero up. Even if you lose the lane, you have this guaranteed fallback. And if you win the lane and you get it a bunch of ancient stacks, you're just so far ahead of anybody else, it's hard to fight.
If I see Shaker or Sand King mid, I'm going in there and I'm blocking those camps as much as I can. That's your biggest accelerant going into that mid game. Analog definitely getting slowed down here. Whisper trying to make up for it, doing some creep cutting. Very hard target to all in and bring down.
They might be able to get him here.
They're going to try.
He had a decent amount of mana, so Pure can do some damage, and with the Void Spirit, it's guaranteed. They pull him back in off of the Glimpse. And GPK nets another one. Analog will cut what waves he can just to try and deny some golden experience away from BB Team, but the damage has been done. Pure, despite Katomi's roaming around the map, is 33-7 in CS. This is, I mean, he had this similar CS score in like 15 minutes last time around.
Oh, he's cruising here. Way stronger and more fluid early game for BB Team than we saw yesterday. They're picking it up here, and this is the right time to do it, and against the right team. Again, you do not want to fall behind in this game. You get those helms up, your laning is really solid at that point. You can start to push heroes off of the lane, threaten the towers. Those gank rotations are going to turn into objectives. Heroes can't battle back.
And they need Analog in order to battle back. The faster he gets his Blink Dagger, the better. Good glimpse. Make sure the Katomi stays alive. Schofield is getting a little behind here in experience.
I was just looking at it. This Queen did not want to take a lot of the experience off the lane from the bristleback and has done some stacking, so Schofield's going to be the one super far behind in this game. I mean, he can absolutely make up for it in the fights, get that experience back. He is a big playmaker for this squad. It hurts to see him on this super sacrificial role. Maybe he'll leech a bit off the stacks here. You got to pay him back somehow.
Katomi certainly knows this is going on. He secures a power rune for GPK. Question is, will GPK go into the triangle at the right time here? The Earthshaker has been missing for such amount of time. He's got to be careful not to get too close, though. Analog is going to hold on to the Echo Stem for as long as possible. BB Team will manage to soak some of that experience. Now GPK, now the stacks are cleared, he goes in for a kill. He'll chase after Schofield. Misses the Rendon this time around. Still got the glimpse on him. 2 seconds till the blink is back up. The bushwhack lands before the blink can get him away to safety.
They did get some of that experience leash. Katayomi getting to level 5 off that stack being cleared. They sapped it across both heroes, I believe. Pretty decent win for BB Team. It's really tough to get in there and contest the actual creeps, but you can get the experience. It's a huge boon. Schofield will recover his game a little bit, also pushing up to level 5. Very even across the board. Just be a matter of Analog finishing up this blink, and then you can look for some aggressive plays onto this Void Spear, potentially. Big smoke here from Save. He wants to get GPK's momentum built even more here.
Dynamic duo of Save and GPK. They have been the ones on BB Team who have secured them or brought back many a mid-game. Just these two running around finding kills. They're looking for one on Yuma here.
He's tanky.
He is. If Yuma had some sort of creep to jump to, he might have been able to get away. But even after the rebound, there was still the glimpse. BB Team brought in Katomi, 4 heroes in the bottom lane. And why not? If they get a kill like this, if they clear out this bottom lane, the tower is free for the taking. It's a like it, it's a helmet dom, it's a guarantee.
It's just dying. Double troll summoner down here. All this skeleton rat on top of wolves on top of each other. So much tower damage. Too much just got shredded.
Trying to secure power runes here. Instead, going for the kill on Katomi. A Fissure will help out here, slowed down by the Hellbear. They certainly got it, but the trade-off. GPK trying to do some damage. Sonic Wave just got picked up. Big damage on Save in the back lines. They focus on GPK, though, and they've got the Sentry in place. Despite the Invis Rune pickup, they still hit the kill. Necessary for Heroic, as it felt like things were slipping away a little bit.
Really nice connection from Schofield. He hits 3 Screams plus the Sonic Wave on 2. Max damage coming out from that fight. Your Queen of Pain right there. Hits his mark. That's exactly what you want from this support. It'll get him to an early fighting item here. And a really nice connection with the cores.
I will say this combination of mids that are able to go hit jungle, the Earthshaker, Beastmaster, the two that come to mind, clear out stacks, giving an opportunity for supports that fall behind like Schofield did in this game, and just give them the mid lane for a while, right? It has done wonders for a lot of these 4 positions that have found themselves a little bit starved in experience trying to give solo to their off lane.
I agree. They did a nice job recovering Schofield here, prioritizing him. Do not want that Sonic Wave on off the bat for too long.
Straight up echo is the first damage. There it is. They got him with the trio of Whisper, Analog, and Schofield. They pick up that kill, but the pressure from BB Team is still on. They may be finding kills around the map for Heroic, but BB Team are taking towers.
The rally continues here. Glyph already popped this tower. It's gonna fall really fast, and you use that echo top, so they're very confident to push. In fact, they want more. They want mid and a kill top, looking for the glimpse plus the sharp shot.
Managed to get the shot on him. He's gonna be broken into the Static Storm for the guarantee. Not messing about whatsoever. As Heroic back away after taking the tower of their own, they lose a core.
This is a really fast-paced game right now. Everybody's just looking for more off of the initial play, and those are generally the games where Disruptor thrives, because you always get that +1. You always get that secondary kill off the little tower of the fight. Naomi having himself a very strong early game here. Sonic Wave back up for him.
Got him, but they used the glimpse, so unfortunately a bit of overlap there. Doesn't matter. GPK thanks to the amp damage and more than enough to bring down Schofield and another outer tower pressure. The kill combo of GPK and Save combined with Miro and his efficiency in taking towers is taking map control away from Heroic at a blistering pace.
This is where this anti-mage was so much different than past iterations. Hero's contributed with this help to a lot of pushes. He's been stable on that top lane. He's farming incredibly fast. Picked him off in place, but has not slowed his game down at all.
And you simply can't say the same about Yuma's Marcy.
Nope.
Another break onto the Bristleback. Underneath the tier 2, this just cannot happen. Sonic Wave goes out, already got the sibling. Nice hit from Yuma though. Lands on top of the Void Spirit, toss him back into Katomi. They'll finish off the support, but can they get the core? This is a crucial kill. GPK trying to hide away, goes to the desperate teleport out, but there's a finisher. That'll stop him in his tracks. Heroic, they do strike back. Just about to point out the fact that Yuma, despite having top net worth, has not really been an active force in this game, but he shows up at the perfect time.
The points he has chosen, though, have been very good. That mid-fight where he helped them get extra kills, and now this top lane, you help pick up the Void Spirit again. He has shut down the Void Spirit's momentum off of the carry roll. Can't really ask for more. He's had himself probably his best tournament ever. I think that's easy to say. He's continuing to put the pressure on here. Quick smoke from Heroic. The pace just does not stop. They want to free up some space to finish the Marcy BKB. No Sonic Wave for this play, but you do have that Echo Slam Blink Dagger available for Analog. Looking to find his mark. Would love to find a big core target off this smoke, especially if you're bringing multiple cores. This could be Whisper just farming that Ags. Instead, he's looking for the aggressive potential. Scan hits.
Right as he's on top of the Ancients. Perfect opportunity for a big Echo Slam. A ton of damage. Miro, he's going to go for the shapeshift, and they don't have enough stuns. In fact, they're going to turn back around. The Earthshaker's in trouble. A Static Storm on 2. The Quap runs out of it, but the cores are stuck inside. Schofield makes his blink away. A glimpse to pull him back to his doom. They thought the opportunity. Miro was farming up Ancients, but the damage, they underestimated just how tanky this Lycan truly is.
A total disaster of a play for Heroic. They just didn't have the Ags on the Bristle. You're missing a lot of damage. There's not that many creeps around for this Echo Slam, and that Wolf, he's got over 2,000 HP. That is not an easy target to go in, especially without that Sonic Wave. Again, you made that play without the Queen of Pain ulti. If you have it, it's a guaranteed kill.
With the Lycan coming online, this Helm of the Overlord, with the Void Spirit picking up a shard suit. We've seen the way that this is just kind of clears out waves or neutral camps wherever he lays this Aether Remnant. And all these outer towers gone. It feels like Heroic is just going to be shoved into, you know, their own little 1/3 of the map. And it's going to be BB Team owning everything else, which is really scary to think about when the Battle Fury is completed for Pure, right? He's just going to be hoovering up the entire map.
and their catch is really limited. It's a great catch team, but only have so many spells to try and find Sam with. And as you said, there's a lot of units that are going to be on this map from both teams. A lot of Doms in this game. You have Check Creeps, you have Lycan Wolves, a lot of scouting potential to help you rack if you want to. And that is part of PvP. You want to free up the space for the Lycan and the Am. Just keep the side lanes in. There's going to be ghosts on the map. Not going to be able to catch up. This next 10 minutes could be really difficult for Heroic to find the type of team fight they're looking for.
If they can find that fight, though, the BKB on Marcy should ensure they win it. I feel like they do win on 5-on-5. It's just unlikely they get the initiation for it as BB Team continues to pick them off around the map. Schofield shot down right in front of his mid-tier 2. Not even the middle of the map is safe.
This is the issue. This kill team can play around that mid lane. You're going to have issues jumping it back out and limiting multiple cores here. And the whole time you're worrying about this situation, AM's farming out top, Lycan's farming out bottom. Side lanes are getting pushed back into lanes. This map is not fun to play right now.
Analog will be able to match the Void Spirit's ghost shove that he's able to do with his own Fissure spam.
How tough they are. Afraid to go on GPK, I mean, especially with the shield, he's just unkillable right now. Wow. A lot of heroes in this bottom tier 2. You have to regain some map control. Either smoke out, get some wards, look for the pick off, or back each other up to get these lanes out. You have more information to play off of right now. This is turning into a lane shove game where the AM has free reign, and that is not the style of game you want with this Heroic lineup.
No, not at all.
There's that smoke. You have everything available. Sonic Wave gives you the extra damage right now. And that BKB timing on Yuma is really powerful to play in the support.
It feels like this smoke doesn't land.
I mean, how do you land this smoke?
You just got to go blind. But if it doesn't land, I feel like they are almost going to be forced into late game scenarios. Right? It just doesn't feel like they're going to ever get enough map control to take over the mid game like the way they want to.
This might land smoke from BB going straight into them, unaware of the positioning.
And it's 2 supports, but they throw it inside the Fissure pit. They do not hit the 2 supports that are on the side, but thanks to the Bristleback cutting in from the side, they should be able to still get them. Schofield makes the blink away, but he's still going to take out in the end. Pretty clumped. Miro's going to chase after him here. Echo Slam attempted, but JPK has already jumped away with it to simulate. He's got a haste rune here. Oh, they're trying to blow him up with the Marcy, though. The Fissure goes out. They've got the damage. 2 swings from Yuma. 2 rounds of that ultimate. And the Void Spirit, he may be tanky, but not enough there. Winning a fight right outside the Roshan pit. You couldn't ask for a better situation for Heroic.
Very awkward start. They thought the smoke broke because they were doing Roche, so you had to kind of blink in blind. But it gets the job done. This Shaker's just such a menace in these early team fights. And both the supports going down for BB Team early means you lose all your control. Your cores are not that useful if you don't have stuns to back them up. The Lycan's a threat here. It does force a buyback out of Schofield, but Schofield's happy to commit this buyback to get a fight into that Roshan. It's just such a big win in this game when you were getting ratted onto these side lanes. And Pure not confident enough to go in here with limited resources. Not great mana void targets this game. He doesn't want to be dragging these fights right now. He'd rather have the game just be split up across the map. He was having a great time. All of a sudden, Heroic pick up some steam. They're going to get another aura on the Chen as KJ will finish mech on top of the drum. A lot more sustain coming into this already pretty tanky lineup with the 2 brawlers on the front line, plus the Marcy, who now is an Aegis.
Momentum shifting back over to Heroic side after that team fight. The smoke, it worked out beautifully. Now it's time to see if they can actually be a little bit more on the offensive, if they can actually get some of that map control back. Some of the ways they're trying to address this, they've got Schofield going more lockdown in the Rod of Atos. Pure, he got hit by the stun, push back in. So much burst damage.
Beautiful connection there. That's a very limited window to hit that. They hit it absolutely on point. Yuma making his presence felt again. And that was Pure getting a little greedy, trying to kill some Chen creeps and Dom creeps. He actually mana voided them too. It just shows you how much it takes to get some of these off the map sometimes.
Oh yeah, he's been mana voiding neutral creeps probably every 2 minutes or so.
Yep.
He hasn't done it off cooldown, but he has been done it a number of times this game. Probably feeling like if he can just get to the late game, he'll be able to win it for his team. But farming that area in particular, I think is dangerous because you know that Heroic, considering they have the Aegis, they're going to go for the Tormentor at some point. They're going to play to that side of the map soon.
straight into the Queen of Pain, rewarded for the buyback earlier, and a nice shard to pick up. Silence could be really influential. Especially against the AM, against the Void Spirit. This is a super nice game with the Queen of Pain shard, especially when you're on support. Like, you can just aggressively blinking, go for the silence. If you trade your life for a core, that's a win. You're not a core Queen of Pain, who cares?
Found the disruptor. BB team maybe trying too hard to get control of the map. The disruptor very far forward there.
Their momentum has been killed in this game. Heroic starting to take a lot more control than I expected.
Jade spots KJ trying to take some lotuses, and he's got no allies in the area. He's definitely gonna die. And BB team know it too, thanks to this lane ward they have in bottom.
Awkward area to end up as the Chen.
Yeah.
It's getting farmed though. I remember this Chen lineup. 30-35 minute mark, you get that third aura item on him, you have hand to god to back it up. That's a lot of HP for this BB team to get through. They have pretty good single target focus, but their AoE team fight is really lackluster. So they have to pick their mark very well. They have to all in that first core that they see. Potentially even reset the fight after that. Getting one kill is not going to get them a team fight victory.
Save getting a bit of information. Spotting some heroes, maybe trying to block any potential smokes. Playing off this ward.
I would be surprised if BB want to fight right now. It just doesn't look possible.
I mean, the way that Katomi is playing into Heroic, I don't know. It's a little different. 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, yeah, BB team had full control of the game. They may be able to pick off Analog here. As, yeah, he is shot down, just too much damage.
Playing around that one ward they have down there, super nice find. Felt confident with the shield room plus hand to god, but the vessel off of GPK will negate a lot of that potential healing to come through. It gives you confidence to go for these pickoffs, and that's where this lineup will thrive. Just keep finding solo kill pickoffs. Don't let Heroic group up and take objectives. Of course, the team fight, you're going to be a lot happier around the map. We see what the anti-mage is doing top. He'll instantly get pinged. And you can ping him, but to go and kill this man takes a lot of time, takes resources.
Yeah, if you don't kill him right now, he's going to have a Manta, making it even harder to pick him off when you get that jump, like that silence from the Quap, for example.
Interesting smoke from BB. Going through the gate. Almost like they're reading some sort of play that was going to go on the AM and they were trying to back him up. Instead, they just run into Whisper.
Yeah, it's just a Whisper. Now, he has a BKB. He pops it now. He's got his team joining him. They've got some Suns on Pure. Pure is the one who has to blink away. And what they get out of it, still 250 gold off of that Helmet of Overlord creep. Something to work with.
BB team just out. Continue to farm the map. No reason to take that fight head on. That'll waste the Aegis period here for you. Time's out. The next Roshan potentially in 3 minutes. You're looking at that. You really want it if you are Heroic. You gotta gear up for that fight. Could be a fight that BB easily contest if they have some nice item timings for it.
I don't know. I mean, you're going to get Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, but is that going to matter if you're matched up against triple BKBs?
The BKB timing is going to be tough for BB to fight into, but they potentially have a Nullifier on Lycan, Bags on the Void. If you can get to another item on the AM, I think that team fight is absolutely doable. Okay, you're looking to go in, target, or pop BKBs, reset, fight that fight out with BKBs, not just an all-in slam.
Sure.
For Heroic, it's a lot more straightforward. You can just go in and slam.
Yeah, see hero, stun hero, all in.
Especially Yuma. If stuns connect on the target, you can get Yuma. She's going to shred anybody in this game. This Marcy AM is not fun for AM until 4th, 5th item and start to fight the fight out and maybe survive.
Even then, I don't think it's
still
ever
good for Marcy. Yeah, I don't think it's ever good, but at least then you have a route to take the fight. Right?
Sure.
You can try and dodge and play away from the Marcy, kill other heroes, kite him out. But Yuma's going to be really confident in this matchup, and if he can finish this Daedalus, which is coming out very soon, it's going to take 2-3 seconds of stun duration. This AM's gone. And there it is.
There's the Daedalus and damage buff up of the Vlads from the Chen.
Also potentially find an Alpha Wolf in this game. You could buff his damage considerably here.
Yeah, and Bristleback won't say no to that either, right? We have two big physical damage hitters. And because we see this Bristleback scale up, we've unfortunately seen a battle breed Bristleback even. But the Seeing Red facet is no joke going into the late game. And even the Earthshake, a lot more magic damage out of him, but that Enchant Totem still hits pretty hard. This AM is not going to be protected from this game.
That's why I think you have to almost go 4 or 5 items up here before you take that off. Like, I just don't think he can enter it. Maybe you get a really nice Mana Void target after beating Fisher out.
Nano is here, but the Fisher just a little shy. GPK able to get a jump away, and now Schofield is an easy pickings for BBT.
No, their long-range poke and kill is so nice with this trio. Just so low in the middle, you can't turn that way. There's nothing to turn on.
Yeah, well, much harder for, I think, particularly for Marcy, who is kind of the shortest range core of these initiators. Like, really need, you can't really contest this, like, 1500 range that BBT is working.
No shot. The fight for Rogue has to be within Yuma's range and has to be centered around that Marcy damage. And every time you overreach or that fight gets stretched out, way harder to connect with your biggest damage source. So more time for BB to split this map. The game continues to be dead even.
Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, Whisper, he's thinking the same thing. Yeah, I need to get on top of these heroes. He buys up a Blink Dagger. Yuma buys up a Blink Dagger. Double Blinks for Heroic, trying to solve the gap close issue.
I like it. More mobility in the fight to find your core target. More instant damage follow-up on the stuns from the Shaker. That could be a big call for you in this game. The Blinks should fix that. And Analog, he's going to find a gift down here.
Yeah, what is this? Pure, once again, farming just a little bit too aggro. They are more than willing to drop double ultimates to get a big kill like this, particularly when Roshan is in that spawn too.
That's a huge find. Absolutely huge. Gifted. I mean, I think that was a look of surprise from him. Wait, this really am just sitting here farming.
That Roche will be in 30 seconds time. So Heroic are going to set up for it, hoping it'll spawn sooner rather than later.
That's a really long spawn for them. A little unfortunate here.
But it also means they can't just keep trying to take fights. They'll run into some wards, clear out the area. Thanks to a gem on Yuma, not even the Wolves are safe to scout out Heroic.
Max spawn. You try and force it now. 15 seconds on the AM. There's a window here. I mean, they have a lot of physical burst to put into this.
I also feel like it's easy for them to do it with just 1 or 2 heroes. Not a ton of risk in that regard.
Yeah, you just man up here. I mean, again, BB's pit fighting is pretty lackluster. Even if you're clumped in that pit, what's to punish you? Static Storm Drop on a mass BKB lineup? Who cares?
And even the Wolves, if they're not killed by the Marcy, they're converted by the Chen. Schofield, I mean, he's been punished a number of times for these aggressive blinks. Apparently, he just does not care. The smoke wraparound, though, is coming from DBT. Moving up through the river, and Heroic have a lot of heroes inside of this pit right now. This is pretty dangerous. They're just all in for it. Trying to finish up this Roshan now, and they will be able to do so before BB Team strike. Now, a Bushwhack grabs a couple, Sonic Wave goes down, and with Whisper blinking up to the high ground, it's hard for BB Team to get through. Nevertheless, they get on top of the Static Storm and take away the 2 supports. But do they want to fight this Marcy? After all, he's got BKB, he's got the Aegis, but it looks like Yuma is called it quits. He wants to back away. Whisper doesn't want to do the same. Nullifier placed onto Yuma as he's being hounded by the Wolves, but they go after the Bristleback now, who's just barreling forward still, refusing to back away. Now he pops his BKB, but it's a bit too late. The physical damage, it's stacked up, and he's dead.
Gem on the ground. Beautifully played fight from BBT. They got the angle. They take the Chen down first. That's your biggest target. Take the sustain before it's out of the fight. You get the other support on top of that, and then you're able to type it out. And there's just no hope for Yuma halfway through. He's got to bail on that situation.
Yeah, I don't mind Yuma making the call to bail, but why are they not on the same page? Why is Whisper pushing after kills and Yuma backing out?
It got very disconnected very early. The start wasn't terrible, but they could not protect their supports, and this Lycan is doing some work in these fights. He's just chasing people down. No real control for him. Nobody wants to hit on that target. Big team fight, but even though the Aegis will go to Yuma, he doesn't fit here. Something heroic to play around, but not the team fight win they were looking for.
I mean, I think the bigger loss, I think the Bristleback dying, you know, that sucks. But I think the loss of the gem
it hurts.
It hurts so badly when you're the ones wanting to take team fights. We already saw the last Aegis expire without a big team fight forced, right? Oh, they're coming through the game. Miro, you see this, right? You see what's coming your way. You just took the Tormentor, but you might just die for it to get the grab on him. Hit him with a stun, lock him down with a Rod of 8 Toes, and once again, the Unleash combined with the Sonic Wave, they've got him. A Bushwhack, grab on a 2, though. He's gonna burst down KJ, and he makes a break for it. He's out of here.
Nice little pickup from Fade. That is a 7x streak on that Lycan.
No, yeah, Analog's not messing about. He could have waited for that Ghost Scepter to fade away and just enchant Totem hit him, but he didn't want to take any chances.
That's a very hard exchange to evaluate. I feel like it's kind of worth it for the Lycan. The Shard went to the Hoodwink. That's the one you wanted here.
Sure.
It's to use that Boomerang to pick up another support kill. Like, that exchange is okay, but that was a big streak on the Lycan. A lot of gold going into the Queen of Pain there. Still, it's time for Pure.
Who does have a Butterfly. So he has an answer, kind of, to the Marcy for a little while.
But he has to pick his blink target perfectly. Like if he blinks in and he just ends up in the middle of the bristle of the Marcy, his fight's over. Yeah, nothing to bail him out of that situation. So he really has to let other heroes go in first. He needs to see the fight develop and come in later. It cannot be the first point of contact for BB team. And Heroic will take some time. I mean, they see Pure, they're jumping. They're all in it. Marcy is just going to slay him.
2 minutes left on the Aegis, and the lanes are actually kind of in Heroic's favor. They're getting them all over that mid line of the river. See what they can do with it.
I mean, it's likely they will try and smoke during this Aegis period. I don't think they are confident enough to push mid tier 2 straight up. That feels a little brazen how these fights are going.
Whisper trying to catch Analog. He gets him with a blink forward, hits one stun. They need detection. They really want to get this shit back in their favor and should be able to do so. There's just no outrunning this situation. So the gem is back on Heroic's side. That means that they can make these movements without wards or wolves scouting them out. That's awful.
Gem recovery of their life.
That was.
Surprised Say was out that far. Could have given it to K or something. Gem is just so valuable for the wolf scouting. Confidence about the mission going into the team fight. Give a pickoff like this, it's going to lead to objectives from the road. You feel a lot more comfortable grouping. This will be a free tier 2 top. And as Bureau gets a free tier 2 bottom, Anti-Mage picking up the rat action.
And I think he asked a rat because I still don't believe that BB team are going to be able to take the 5-on-5. You've got, even with the Aegis expiring, you've got the Shen who's going to pick up a shard, right? He gets one of those golems. That aura makes this squad, this triple strength core, so tanky. I just kind of don't believe that Pure has the damage to deal with that.
He doesn't want to take the fight straight up, but if he's a rat, you can put Heroic in an awkward position, maybe get a numbers advantage somewhere. Maybe the single for kickoff that we see BB do a bunch of times. The wing comes through and gets a hero really low, forces out early BKBs. This kind of chaotic situation can create openings for the Anti-Mage to come into that fight later. Again, you're not looking to go in here and man-fight the Marcy, but he can do a lot of damage. He is incredibly farmed in this game. Helmet Dominator, Battle Fury, and is doing what it does best. Pushing towards that level 25. Incredibly farmed. There's a Abyssal Blade. That is something that lets you fight this Marcy. In fact, you probably have the advantage right now with full Abyssal plus Butterfly. Before the MKB comes out on you, man. Well, you can finish it. He's also finished, so.
Yeah, I
didn't get a fight out at this exact time. That's kind of what they're looking for. When you get this Abyssal, you're like, okay, I can go in, I can Abyssal stuff this Marcy, I can give us a little bit of a bigger window.
Whisper, he's going to be one, break this smoke. They do not want to go after this Bristleback, but maybe they have to. Oh, go, they actually can go for it. Still though, the extra time hits on Miro. He gets off his BKB, and Yuma does not get a bash. He couldn't get the lockdown. A glimpse back with BKB lasts just long enough for Analog. A Fisher as they try and retreat backwards here. Yuma does not see the opportunity. They may have to leave behind KJ, whether it's the Void Spirit or a glimpse. Maybe they can protect him still with the Fisher as he gets up to the high ground. Pure with the Helmet Dom spots him, but Disruptor too far away for now. So in the end, it's Whisper to die. Not much else out of that fight. I guess Schofield did buy back once again. He is certainly not making a whole lot of progress in that network chart.
Just huge burst damage coming out on that first target they run into. No Bristleback back interaction. They just go heads up chain stun him off the Bushwhack, Remnant, Abyssal. Overwhelming damage. Trying to pick up save again.
Yeah, save once again, not expected. Ooh, at the Sonic Wave. He tried to push him back into his team. That's okay. All is forgiven as long as the outcome is still income for Heroic.
The crazy thing is they took that Bristle down, they have Heroic on the run, and you're still hesitant to straight up chase with the AM. Because you don't want to blink into this Marcy just yet. Will be 25 for Pure. And that'll be Mana Void cooldown. Nice little talent for him. Thinking about BKB here, that would give him a lot more confidence to go in early in the fight. Not afraid of the Shaker chain stun potential.
Now he can Mana Void even more neutral.
It's efficient. Brought the Shaker down bottom, plus the Marcy, maybe looking for a quick pick off on one of these waves. They will only find illusions. This feels like the point in the game where BB wanted to get to with this lineup, right? You stalled out the early momentum. You fought through those first two Roshans. Now you're getting to the late game with the Anti-Mage, with the Lycan split push. You have a lot of scaling to fall back on. You have a Disruptor Ags you can get into. You have 3 more items on GPK that he can eventually build into here. A lot of room to scale.
I feel that way for both sides. I mean, the Void Spirit, known to be quite the menace in the late game, and they've got some very solid supports behind it, but Heroic also have like this Tricore lineup. It's not just all in on the Marcy. I think their biggest problem is going to be, that man right there, Schofield, and how well he's able to progress. Having to buy back 2 different times, and the sacrifices he took in the laning phase means that he is not scaling the best, but even he is working towards his side device, and as long as he's got levels, he'll have an answer.
He buys out this moment.
A fresh blood right for Analog. This Octarine opting for that over the refresher. They're going to spot Whisper, try and burst it down again. Whisper wants to make sure he gets off the BKB first. But it does mean that the commitment from BB team, they can just go in and out. Oh, the Echo Slam whip there. Analog takes a bit of damage from somewhere, stomping his blink forward.
Got clipped.
Covers them with the Fishers. Miro, okay, let's get the glimpse back. All in for the Earthshaker. The Mana Void is ready to go. Pure will use it, puts it to use, brings down the mid laner Heroic. Now Schofield in some trouble, looking for his blink back inside the base. Heroic again losing the fight, but also still limiting their losses to 1 or 2 heroes. These fights, they just are not clean one way or the other.
You can see what BB team are trying to do though. Go and get that target, fight out, they threaten the Chen, you have the BB fight, and he gets out of there. There's just no clear jumper target for Heroic. If that Echo Slam lands, it could be a very old story. But Analog is really struggling to find the window here. It's just units constantly on it. There's random damage sources. It's not clean. GPK continues just trying to get something out of Heroic right now.
Yuma is not a threat without a bash. Like this Void Spirit and this Lycan just keep on going into the fight, and there's nothing to control them during their BKBs. You have to get that BKB piercing disabled for Yuma. I think there's no other way.
You have Hex on the Queen now. I mean, both the control that Heroic have, especially with the Hex online now, is them initiating. Them finding the first target and letting the Marcy go in on top of that. I don't think we've seen that for probably 20 minutes.
I think it's always difficult to do, right? That is one of the advantages that Lycan gives you.
100%.
All these Hamadon creeps plus the Wolves, they just always seem to have vision over you. Combine that with the Disruptor.
You have to just smoke and jump off the smoke. That's your best chance in this game.
This may be the perfect opportunity. BB team very brazen in their attempts. It is going to be interrupted by GPK here, but if they get the jump on GPK, got him in the Echo Slam. A response from Contelmi. It's not good enough. He got a good static storm, but the BKBs are already out. Here, he's going to go for Whisper once again. Hits a big Mana Void. Whisper, not dead yet. Gets a little bit of heals out of the Chen, and he's staying alive for now. Pure, he has to back away. Miro's right in the middle. They saw a jump in, but Echo Slam, nah, it doesn't do much. Pure, he finishes off Analog with the lock-in. Rodimatos and BKB is gone for Miro, and so is his life. 2 cores down on the side of BB team for the one of Heroic. Heroic have the advantage for Roshan, but now it's switching over to the other side. Oh, got a shield rune right in front for Heroic. The Scythe device doesn't stop the rune grab here, but they do have a nullifier. Oh, what a beautiful bushwhack on the 2! They try and blow up Yuma. Not quite. He blinks after, hits him with another bash, and finish them off. Now Whisper, he's up next. Rodimatos holding back for now.
save, but BB end up overextending into the Marcy buyback, not ready for Yuma round 2. And Whisper dealt so much damage to that anti-mage. He bursted him down with the Quills 11 stacks, 2,000 going into Pure. He just could not survive the physical onslaught.
The buyback, I think this is coming too late.
Oh, they're committing.
Try jumps inside the pin. Can he grab it? He's got it! JPK! He rips it away from Heroic! And now, it came at a cost. It cost them the buyback. If Yuma dies here, he's in trouble. He got BKB unleashed. Now it's Pure. He's in trouble. Gets off the man to hit by a stun. And Invisible Blade goes off. A Fisher to try and stop him, but he's away. And now, danger time. BKB not up for Yuma. He's a dead. A dieback. 2 minutes. Heroic have to fight on without him. With just one core to do it. And being pounded by the Wolf. Miro chases after them all the way back to their fountain. All the way back if necessary. They will find that third core. And Heroic now on the brink of death. They've been cleaned up all over. And BB Team have full control to push as many buildings as they want.
What is there to say? One time and time again, this team goes to GPK to make the plays. Absolutely salvaging that team fight, steals the second life away from Yuma, destroys his presence off of the buyback.
Will it be enough?
The chase down. They pass Cheese over to Pure. It was a beautiful itemization usage. Gives him the strength to keep pushing on, and they just want the game here.
As always, Pure has called to end the game. And it's going to be an Earthshaker buyback to try and hold it.
Without the Marcy, though, it just feels impossible. No Bristleback buyback available.
They simply just do not have the damage. Nothing will stop BB Team at this point. Try as he might. He tries to go in with his BKB. They pop the cliff, but it is delaying the inevitable. BB Team, they have routed you, they have outfarmed you, and they will take game number 1.
What a game one it was. These teams are just here to brawl. There's a lot of creep action going around in the map. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable for Heroic to play, considering how they would prefer to play this game, but that is what you're up against. And this BB team is just, they're weird, man. Like, they have these games where it looks like a struggle, and then at some point, the switch gets flipped, and they are just in zone. They are hitting every spell. They are routing you in the fights. The game just ends instantly within 2 minutes. We saw this yesterday in that game 1 they played. I don't really know what's causing it. I don't know if the early game is just so awkward it slows all their pace down. But once that switch gets flipped, this team is on and they are terrified.
35 minutes of farming. The Animage has come out of the jungle. He says, I'm done farming. It's time to end the game. And Pure does just that.
The acceleration from BB Team closing out this game, I mean, an Aegis snatch is really what turns the tides here across, because there's all these fights around mid, a back and forth between the two teams, but it all comes down to that rush.
One thing I always loved about BB Team is that they're ready to use their buybacks, come into the fight, and make sure that they're going to be ready to, like, they are a team that's, I would say, out of the other teams that are still left at the International, that are willing to risk it the most when it comes down to the buybacks. We saw like 2 buybacks in Enigma series, but they are on point. They use those buybacks, and they're going to be winning the fights off of that.
Yeah, that game was awesome. That was like a UFC fight where they just like brawl right at the end, and then one guy gets knocked out. That was S-tier cinema. Like, I love the buybacks from Heroic. I really like that they were trying to like risk it all there. That is well within their character. But on the flip side, BB Team is, like Cap said, this is the team for just, we're going down mid, boys.
Yeah.
We're throning right now. Even if it's like really risky, they're gonna go for it. Like, you cannot give them that opening. They will take it.
Yeah, I mean, they know exactly when to take it, when it's offered to them. We're going to go towards that earlier part of the game here, though, Lucas, because there was so much done by this disruptor to really help out the lanes, to really help Miro, which you said that Lycan was going to be a big question mark in biding the time for this anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, and he was throughout the whole game. I think Kataomi understood that top lane wasn't really playable in terms of who he's laning against. He was laning against Bristleback, which is not the lane that they want to play to. They got one early kill relatively early on, but he is ready. This is level 3 Disruptor, 4 minutes in. Kind of leaves Anti-Mage alone in the top lane, gets a really good pick off, and then moves to the bottom lane 20 seconds after, which is going to be resulting in another good kill. Kataomi was pretty much involved in most of the kills at the early stages of the game. That's why this Disruptor pick, when we talked about it, it gives them so much value. Like, you're trying to get out, Yuma's going to try to go with the rebound, but Disruptor's going to be able to catch him anyway. And the Miero, they needed a good start on him. I think Miero had an insanely good game. And in this type of a matchup, we know that Whisper, he's not the biggest enjoyer of the Lycan. He only has 18 games so far in his professional career on Lycan. The trade that they got, getting this Marcy for Lycan and giving it to Miero, who's one of the better Lycan players in the world, I would say was a big mistake.
I mean, the Lycan just made so much space for the AM, right? He could just single-handedly pressure. I think the lanes was like a huge problem. The waves are always pushed out. Lycan's pressuring on a tower. It just makes it very, very difficult for even the Chen to move forward on the map, right? There's this battle going on in the mid lane. The Lycan creeps is in the mid lane. The Chen creeps is in the mid lane. They're both trying to shove up the wave, but it just gave AM so much time to farm after that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really interesting thing about the Dom meta in terms of how it's progressed is support's understanding that if they have a safe lane core that is building into Dom, you have these items that give you regen and like health and stats in the lane, so you can actually leave the lane. Like, you can get active. It's the Dom is not just affecting the meta for the cores, it's also very affecting the supports as well.
I mean, do you think the matchup actually should go that well for the anti-mage? Because I felt like part of why the early game went so well for the Disruptor is because he didn't need to babysit the AM. You know, the AM had a really good start. He could be left alone, and then he could just run around and setting up kills.
I guess I'll respond to a question with another question, which is like, your understanding of the matchup, isn't that based on a meta where anti-mages weren't going Dominator? Because I feel like that changes things a lot in the calculations.
Yeah, it just changes so much of the viability of anti-mage. That's been one of the biggest questions about us seeing so many more heroes being picked up in that carry role. What really makes it viable? Something, though, that we weren't really too sure going into this one was if Yuma was going to be showing up today, right? He's been having an amazing series, an amazing performance on the main stage, but for this one on the Marcy, there was a lot of great fights for him, but it was rough to come up against the Lycan in lane, and it required him having to do so much more for the team earlier on.
Yeah, he was doing a pretty good amount of work, honestly. Like, we talked about the Yuma rotation through the portal, but even going into the early to mid game, he rotates quite a lot. And on Marcy here, like, he needed to be the hero that's going to deal the damage. Earthshaker has some burst. They're waiting on a Blink Dagger for a while. You know, he's got to get in there and do things. And he was active. Like, this was pretty much the only reason that Heroic was able to stabilize this game past the laning stage.
A big key factor for them. And then we go into more of team fights, something where people are bringing more of the numbers, because that's something around that Wisdom Rune, right? The 7 and 14 minute, it feels like not everyone's committing the numbers Lacoste, but when it comes for a big objective like a Roche, that is where you're going to see the first big clash of a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fights in general, like Anti-Mage, he doesn't provide you with much. He's never going to be ready. Pretty much he first joined 35 minutes in and making sure that he has his 6 items. This hero pretty much is never ready. One more. Do you need more time? Yeah, just one more big item. And these are very expensive items that he's buying. You know, he's buying the Butterfly, he's buying Abyssal, BKB. He's never going to be ready. And this is the fight where they're going to pretty much get the perfect initiation. Look at what the GPK is doing. He goes in, gets out, and turns him around with the Remnant, and then they're ready to join. You can see that Pure, at this point of the game, he has enough of farming. He's going to be blinking in. And there was also a couple of later fights as well where they were unable to get the Echo Slam. I don't think Heroic, they were on the same page. And at this point, you see that Anti-Mage, he's ready to take the fights. He's ready to jump the target with the Abyssal Blade and blow him up instantly.
I mean, the reason why you're going to really find really good Echo Slams is you think about their heroes like Anti-Mage, Void, Spirit, Lycan. They're not going to be next to each other. They're always playing different sides of the map. They're trying to break your formation. So it makes it very, very hard for the Earthshaker to find a good Echo, in the team fights.
Yeah. There was a moment that we saw how impactful the Echo was, right? When it didn't actually end up connecting.
We have to look at this. I'm curious. I want to look at this very closely because I wasn't sure exactly what clipped Analog here, because he had a really great, big Echo opportunity. Look at BB all stacking together in the top right of the screen. What was it that clipped him? Oh,
it was Disruptor.
The Disruptor Q. Okay. Extremely heads-up play from Kataomi then. I mean, we talked about how he performed in the early game, making the rotations for his team. But we can see from this clip that his impact in the fights was more significant than we were even noticing on camera.
Yeah, this Disruptor from the early and now what feels like into that later part of the fights is massive for Disruptor. But that Earthshaker not connecting with his Echo was so impactful. They were actually kind of lucky that BB Team didn't take more off of that they had a second chance where we saw a significantly better Echo Slam take place, and that's what led into that next Roche fight and ultimately the Aegis Snatch and then into the BB Team victory.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the Aegis Snatch. I mean, that's a given. Like, it's so funny. We talked about GBK as being the stable one on the team. Like, he always seems to do something clutch to keep his team in the game, even when things are not going so well. This was such an important moment because Heroic was committing all of these buybacks for the fight. Like, this was their Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And BB is like, well, okay, we also need to take a Hail Mary. And GPK in these moments, I don't know what it is, but it seems like he always seems to be able to pull it off.
I mean, this was like the game ender right here. Once they killed the Marcy again, I think the game was like practically over already for Heroic. There's nothing much left they could do in the game. The anti-mage is unkillable. You don't have the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, this is just you're just thinking about the next game at this point.
I do wonder, as amazing as seeing an Aegis Snatch is, and we obviously see the outcome of that, how much would this have differed if we had have seen the Aegis go to the side of Heroic and have all of those buybacks come out from BB?
I still feel like the BB side are going to be happy with the situation, even though if they don't get the Aegis, but they felt like they could have just ended the game there. That's why they are a very special team to watch, right? I think most teams would maybe just prefer to, okay, we have AM, we have the Battle Lake game, let's just not use the buyback and
Slow
risk
it
right?
down.
Play slowly. We're still going to be able to win it, but Pure says, no, I want to end the game now. GPK, please go and get the Aegis.
That's because he finally had his items. He's like, guys, I can finally fight. Let's just do it. And of course, GPK going to be our standout player for this game one. You just can't look past it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Aegis steal and also the itemization that he did go for. He understood that they need to be able to punch back at the early stages of the game, so didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. Instead, opted to go for Spirit Vessel. That gives him a little bit more tankability. Gives him extra bit of a damage. Like, once you finish off your Spirit Vessel, once you get to tier 2 neutral items with the Strength Threads, you basically have 2000 HP. If he didn't steal that Aegis, I would say that Miero, like, he's kind of my MVP because of how well he moves across the map. And this guy, it's pretty much his meta. I think I said it pre-series that this guy enjoys playing these heroes, and they got a very good pick for him. And also understanding how far he can push the limits of his hero with that wolf back and getting extra 5 seconds when he gets the kills. And also itemization, like this time around, he didn't go for a relatively early shard that we usually see, opted to go for different items, picking up that AC relatively early on, understanding you're playing against Bristleback, you're playing against Marcy, there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming out, so making sure that the whole team is tanky enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this game from a different point of view. We're going to head on over to Purge, who's going to give us some more details.
Hi everybody, I know what you're here for. It's about Chen, right? That's why you're here? Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes sometimes, but something that was really interesting about what King Jungles did this game, he got a completely different facet. Every single Chen player that I've seen grabs the Sagers because it helps them control the early game. But there's little things that are interesting about this early Hellbear. It gives an aura for everybody's attack speed in the early game, and if it dies, it gives your team 120 attack speed. So this means you can actually fight your opponents in the laning stage. And Heroic drafted this knowing that draining the Lycan's mana is not that big of a deal, and instead they can use this Hellbear to fight. If you kill the Hellbear, your heroes attack fast, and so you have to go for hero kills instead, and this allowed them to get a really early first blood here. That big chunk of damage, by the way, was the bodyguard linking these two guys together and save attacking him once, so he got attacked a couple extra times. So early first blood gave them a really nice advantage. Look how strong this facet can be when he fights. He contests the Lotus by himself with his summon, and he uses his third skill on him, which is going to give him and his creep 5 bonus armor. So 2 different heroes actually get zoned by him by himself with that facet, and he offsets the minus armor from Lycan just by casting that third skill. So look at the pressure that they're able to put on Miero on the laning stage. It's actually kind of a miracle that he was able to recover and have such a good game, because this lane pressure that came from this different facet on Chen was huge. And when the wolves come in, you steal one of them, the one you have has 300 more HP, so they basically just took away his first skill and all of his skill points. Great lane pressure there by Heroic. And then how this transitioned was really interesting here. They used this Ogre to stack. Basically, King Jungles focused a lot on farming because he wanted to buy aura items and plus armor items that made them more resistant against the physical damage that was being done. And something really cool about this, about the Chen that got buffed recently, look at this damage for Clap here. He's level 5 and this thing's doing 250 damage. This is his special one that he summons here. So he's basically using this facet to not only win the lane, but also increase his farm speed and counteract his opponent's minus armor. And then he's using his creeps basically just to push out the lane while they go get ready to do stuff, because now he can do this much faster than Helm of the Dominator can. And by pushing these lanes, what it does is set them up for a perfect Roshan. So they basically just stop every single creep from getting in Roshan while they prep to do this, partially using the lane push, because all of those lanes got pushed in really effectively. So everything they send in there to try to kill it gets destroyed, and that's why they are able to take this Aegis before BB Team was able to respond in time. Great use of map control, the summons and all that. It was a shame it didn't work out good enough, but it was some cool new tech that we got to see.
I love to see when a hero has so many viable facets, the way that you can play the lanes so differently. Of course, we see that Disruptor really helping Miro the Latin get back into this one, but it's crazy how different of a game it would have been just based off that one Chen facet.
Yeah, he's right. I've never seen that one before. I had no idea that the Ursa Creep did 350 damage when you have it maxed out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously it falls off. But for the early game, if you want to farm, you are going to get your auras faster.
Yeah, maybe something that people who like to spam Chen might be starting to pick up for themselves. This arena, by the way, is very full. There's a lot of cheers for both the side of BB Team and Heroic. And someone who's down there right now with our fans is, of course, Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The house is packed here tonight. But as I had mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it is a bit soft. We have to have eliminations. Such is the nature of the competition. And for every single iconic moment we've had in Dota, there's always been a team on the receiving end of it. So I'm sure Eastern European fans, do you remember the $1 million dream foil? As for I know. It's tough memories for the Na'Vi fans, the Alliance fans who remember it fondly. Meanwhile, Chinese fans are still haunted by the voice of Save!
And South American fans, yeah, South American fans, we have a lot of these. I mean, there's no TI for South America yet, right? But there's one play that is still in our hearts. Allow me to set the stage, Tsunami. All right. TI-11. There's the howl. TI-11, Singapore. The smell of chili crab in the air. And, more importantly, hope. For Thunder Awaken has made us the farthest they've ever done at a TI. That's it. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world, fighting in the lower bracket, literally for their life. The last game of the best of 3. Income Sacred gets the black hole, Pango inside of it, 1 HP! 1 HP, and every single South American fan skipped a beat as they saw the Pangolier roll away infested by the life stealer of Mickey. All hearts broken, many Liquid fans would cheer, but Thunder Awaken and all of Peru will forever remember this day. But that's what they are, resilient. We are the 1 HP warriors. We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that make it through. 1 game loss means nothing. Heroic can do it this time. Let's go!
If there's one team that's going to benefit from a crowd mob, it's Heroic. These guys have looked fantastic when they've been on that verge of elimination. They've got to be more comfortable, right? And I think hearing all those cheers out there from their fans, that's what's going to bring them that energy. I'm hoping they've had the time to really put their heads in the right place here, because think about it and come back and do more chaos than ever. Make sure that what we're seeing in South America is really good.
Oh, sure. I think this team comes in where they have like double faces that are working quite a lot. Like it's always nice to see different because they always give good insights. They're not afraid to show it to the rest of us. I think a lot of teams that they're filling up have different strategies, and I want to see something else that's going to come out from Heroic, because this one I really didn't feel that much coming out from this Queen of Pain. I feel like there's been good flags that they kept on building in. Even like the damage numbers, if you look at it, I believe he dealt 17,000 damage on Claw, pretty similar to Earthshaker, but something was just not clicking. I want to see Skullfield on a bit of a different hero, something that can be more annoying. Queen of Pain does have a blink Blink Dagger, but some of these melee position 4s that he really excels playing at. Clockwork, Asuka, I want to see them on heroes like that. Something at the right time, something that takes pressure off his mid lane, something that can have a greater impact.
To me, yeah, it's not chaotic enough. It doesn't create enough space on the map. And honestly, I thought Queen of Pain was completely imba about 2-3 weeks ago, but the meta has changed so much since the road to TI. There's people building all of these bombs. You know, Viper is very popular, like tons of summon heroes. I don't think Queen of Pain is that good anymore.
Is that because of those items you're saying that Queen of Pain has kind of fallen off?
But you also have to look at the reason why they're looking up in there, because they want to be sure that the that's a complete build. They didn't really count on the aspect of it. Or maybe they did and they figured that, oh, we could just do the top support, but it didn't work out. For their lineup to work, they really need to get away with like some sort of early game advantage so they can snowball.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it.
It felt like it was leading up to that for the support Queen of Pain, but we see double buybacks throughout the duration of this game, and I think that's going to slow. It doesn't matter what hero you play, that's going to be.
Well, Schofield's going to do that regardless, no matter what hero he's playing.
Okay, all right. You know, maybe I'm a little bit misguided on that one.
Yeah, I feel like it just came down to like the strategy that they chose, right? In the first game of the create, you might if you have some idea that you think it might work, and then you try to use the tactics that maybe your opponents are not aware of, try to demonstrate it yourself. Okay, fine, it didn't work. Next game, you have to just keep your heads up, held high, and go for something else.
Our teams are waiting in the wings, eager to come back down on stage here, get back into their boots, focus up. This is elimination. Heroic, if they can make it back in this series, they will have the best placement that a South American team players have ever gotten. On the side of the team, their expectations are high. Coming into this one, especially for Pure, who achieved so much at last year's TI, it would feel like a disappointment to get top 6, and it's a feat in itself when you get to top.
Yeah, and I think these teams are also a team that having one game advantage in a series is pretty scary. If they're willing to pull out some crazy stuff, I think that they also play better with confidence. Pure in particular is not going to have one of these like 1 in 17 end-to-game games after just winning a game, especially with the end. You know, like he's gonna pop off things.
And also for Heroic, right? Every time they lose the first game, they lose the second. I don't really play any 3-game series so far, you know, so it's definitely going to be like a huge challenge. How are they going to overcome this?
Well, that's funny because BB Team right now on the main stage, all they've had is wins in the series. So it feels like what exactly is going to win out here in these two teams? BB Team, there is the confidence that carries over. I 100% agree with you there, Jenkins, but sometimes it's a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe they try and think a little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's possible to blunder against Heroic. Because Heroic does like to play chaotic. If you play overconfident into that, give them some openings, they will definitely take it.
One scary thing about BB teams, whenever we talk about them, this is the one scary team that has extremely good early stages of the game. We haven't really seen that so far at the TI. I would say that this is something that they've been lacking, but if they can start doing that as well, that they've been doing ever since they've been formed pretty much as a squad, this is going to be a very, very scary team. They already are, but imagine if they can really push the limits, win the laning stage, have that 5k gold advantage 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the team that is extremely aggressive and knows how to close out the games early.
Historically, they've dominated lanes and then snowballed that into a dominating game, but that's just not how it's been so far.
I felt like they've been a lot more patient than like compared to like a couple of months before, right? I feel like whenever they were having this sort of lead before a couple of months ago, they would try to push it maybe a little bit too far and the Korean matchup. And in this event, I feel like they sort of like address that and make more defensive, but they just sit back and farm. And when
they needed Pure Mike.
Yeah, and when they needed to do aggressive, they would have tried to use their buyback to do aggressive. So I like that balance, I like that change, and it certainly paid off, so far.
Anything else though, when you guys see this, it could potentially be Heroic's last game on a TI main stage. There's going to be some staples that you guys are eager and itching to see.
I mean, you're dangling it in front of me. I want to see the Pudge if that could come out. I would love to see in early phases though. It wouldn't surprise me if he's expecting this and then they first phase ban like these cheesy specialty heroes. I feel like Heroic back against the wall. Like they're going to take risks that we have not seen before. This is them right about to be eliminated.
have to play like a normal game. It's gonna be difficult for them. They have to throw.
That's the first thing. Just whip it out.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing KG going back on that Shadow Demon as well. I know he still had a really good early game for the Chen, but there was so much when it came to team fights on the way of trying to pick up that hero. But we don't want to discuss Craft anymore. Our elimination series continues between these two teams.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 2.
With BB Team up one game, they're feeling confident, they're in a good position. Our draft has already begun, and the bans and first picks coming out already, where we're going to see a Nature's Prophet for the side of BB. And of course, here we have an Earthshaker for the side of Heroic. They're going back for it. They feel like they've not lost confidence in it, and maybe it's more open to be flexed now.
It still does a lot in most of these games. So, like, you could see the BB team wanted to invade enemy triangle. They saw him going into the triangle, but they were keeping the distance, not allowing them to get instantly killed on 1 or 2 heroes potentially, but wanted to get something out, knowing that Earthshaker's still going to be very low HP after clearing those ancients, because you need to drag them close together. But again, you get very good time on a Blink Dagger after stacking the ancients, and Analog did have a very good time in terms of knowing the enemy carry hero. Hero got killed like 3 or 4 times, but Earthshaker got that early Blink Dagger.
Nature's Prophet to me is such a classic game hero, because especially if you win game 1, because I feel like that they're just simply the strongest, and if they just move the lanes in the early game, they can absolutely up the tempo with this hero. Nature's Prophet is a lane dominator almost against anything, and very few carries can TP around and get kills and take towers like that.
I mean, you sort of see like a heavy emphasis on carries that can be around and have to push out waves, right? I think that's why we see it resurgence in anti-mage, because he's probably one of the best, right? Outside Nature's Prophet to push out those lanes, and we saw how much he could influence the state of the game by just chopping out lanes and give your team time to get objectives.
This is very interesting.
Vector, yeah.
This happened, seeing that they are going to Vector, this Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a core. So far, BB team didn't have much success. They only played it once, they lost that game. And Nature's Prophet at main stage DI also didn't win a single game. He's been played 5 times. Didn't find much success. I think the nerfs that did happen also are not in his favor. And now you're going to be playing with the Earthshaker into Clockwork. These are 2 very difficult matchups for you, allowing you to get on top of him, having multiple stuns. So he needs to do a lot. Even though he builds into Hurricane Fight, he builds into a BKB, still not an easy matchup by any means.
If it is going on Pure, I am also wondering about how susceptible it is in that early laning phase, because that has been the biggest weakness so far for Pure, is how punishable is the Nature's Prophet in that first 10 minutes.
It will depend on the core that he's playing against, because Clockwork needs a core that will like actually jump on top with him and kill the Nature's Prophet. Although great Timber pick, excellent against Clockwork, high strength hero, excellent against Earthshaker, high strength hero. 0% win rate though in the main stage.
Yeah, but why are they showing here right now? That's like the question. Right? Like, if they wanted a hero like Timber, wouldn't he be better at 18? Unless there's something that's going on here, you know, like maybe one of the heroes.
I think this is a statement from you. They are picking a hero that has 0% win rate on main stage and 0% win rate, 0 out of 8 games, road to DI playoffs and
but
main
why?
stage.
The reason I'm confused is because they chose to ban the pub, right? So they seem to think that the Earthshaker is not going to be hit. And now they're picking Timber, I presume, against the Earthshaker, which he wants to go mid against the Shaker. That's what I find a little bit.
I mean, one argument is hero is level 30 potential. It's easy to talk about, you know, the Mars of the world. Forget hero is like he came onto the scene playing Timbers on every single game. So maybe it's just a confidence thing. I also think it's one Evo. You don't feel as good playing Evo into this. I think Heroic could maybe bang it out. We'll see. I mean, they have last pick, so they will get it there, but it's not going to make it through the second phase of that. The third phase.
No, I don't think so at all. That's something that everyone's very cautious of about letting things on. A Bane here as well for BB team. Whatever they've done wonders when it's being picked up. That's something that gave them success so far in this main stage as well. It is when he's on the field.
Yeah, Bane plus NT have those characters that have, you know, as a teammate, you're playing Bane. You want someone that can just come to you instantly when you catch a hero with your sleeve for your team speed. Even though it might seem like counterintuitive to pick Big. Sprout is one of the worst matchups in the game for Bane, but I do feel like they put a lot of emphasis in enabling that might explain the difference. Maybe they are feeling that some of the keep some of the wave and pressure. So you draw the attention to you, and then the Bane goes to you, sends out to the enemy. Maybe that is the idea of the first stream.
Yeah, BB is definitely prepping to be really active. Because Timber also is a hero that loves being left alone in lane. So that means they can take a support that can run to the mid lane, play around GPK, have Pure on Nature's Prophet TP in, and Miro's just chilling, farming.
Yeah, Hero seems to agree that the Timber is going to be on the off lane, picking the TA right away. TA is like one of the better heroes in his Timber in the lane. So let's see if like maybe PB team try to adjust, try to move the Timber away, or they have to try to figure out what type of support they think can enable the lane. TA is just going to be, I think, a very strong lane matchup for the Timber.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. Allowing them to have a super strong laner, and this is not gonna be an easy game for Bane by any means. He might need to shift priority. He might need to play as a position 5 in this one because they're playing Earthshaker, Clockwork, one vision, Clockwork with the hook shot, the trap shot, and just mobile challenge in general is gonna make things a lot difficult. For Bane to pick.
Yeah, that's a nasty silence pick. Even Timber, Mark Dangerous, hates playing against this. The lane too, like just the silencer versus the Timber and lane, I think is a winning lane almost no matter what carry you have.
If you're forcing Timber to deviate from his build, okay, that's why I felt like the Timber is gonna be something interesting with the Timber. So they're moving the Timber mid, they're using a Darkseer, changing the lane matchup. So they are trying to outcall Hero. The Darkseer against Hero, that's a pretty good matchup here in the lane. They need a really strong position for to make sure that the silencer can't really move the Darkseer too much.
They could still get a very good matchup for them if they want to get something like a Life Stealer maybe for themselves. I mean, use this Nature's Prophet as a support. I know that Timber is something that can run and find some dust eventually, but overall they don't have the last pick, but after this December session, I think they use the Prophet as a bit of a bait to see where the heroes are going to go and try to counter react, because I'm seeing Enigma as well. This is one of the few matchups that Lifestealer doesn't like to play into, and also another hero that I think overall this would play really, really well, and it would give them the momentum. I think having Temple Assassin, building Deso, having Earthshaker from the mid lane, 2 supports who can easily rotate, and they want to rotate, get that +1 for Silencer. Clock wants to be active. But they just want to shut down the tempo that Heroic is building up.
I love the Hoodwink ban because that could be either
a carry
or you have to ban it for both. Because I agree with what you're saying. Maybe not Lifesteal. Like there are also other basis void is an option there as well. And any hero that builds an anti-style can do one against the Silencer and something to in the 4-4 matchup against. I guess TA is kind of solved by the Darkseer.
Just let your band then, or are we still looking at a strong position forward to come out? Given a lot of good carry potential for the side of BBT, is it that easy to take it down? Is that easy to all in that's the last person to
Yeah, it could just that's also possible. We're just thinking interesting flexes in the last one.
I mean, he usually likes to play like range heroes on save. You've seen him on what usually Muerta.
I mean, Backrider is fan. That would be great. I'm just trying to think, what are the ranged heroes that play well with Darkseer? Willow?
Willow is okay.
It's like Bat and Willow are the 2 good ones that you can actually rely on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like you want more than one initiator. Right now, there's a Bane, right? Your core is MP, Timber, and Darkseer. You kind of want more stuns and catch for your line.
Same line. Honestly, he likes well with Darkseer.
Yeah, line's actually really nice for the overall combination. You have the vacuum with the stun combination. It's going to be the Darkseer. So you have the stun, you have the vacuum into also better. That'd be really nice for the league.
That peels through the TA refraction as well.
a very complex.
No. Yeah, it was prior to the World Cup people expanded this.
That was before the first, I think. She did take some nerfs to the Shadow Realm.
The regen in the Shadow Realm, yeah. Doesn't feel as broken as it did before.
So what is she offering in the lane? Because you guys said that needed to be something that was really going to help
She's
the
a
dark
pretty strong laner at level 1. One of the best level 1 heroes.
I was wondering where this hero's made. The mid Leshrac, it deals so much damage. The Link Dagger, you can jump in, suicide, I'm gonna kill you, or you're gonna kill me, or maybe both.
Oh, they definitely upgraded the draft. And this draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to feel like you have global presence. You have very good scaling. You have heroes that come online super fast. Lashrack, Link Dagger, Tempo Assassin. Dragonlance there, so it does feel like they're going to be ready relatively early on to be able to punch back against what PvP is bringing in this one.
What I love is that they have 3 extremely high burst cores with a silencer. Like, if they cover a jump with the silence, they will kill like 2 or 3 heroes potentially. This is very strong. I think the pipe timing for Miro on Darkseer will be very important. Like the pipe in Crimson Aura timing.
Yeah, they have to make sure whenever the silencer global comes out and with Earthshaker jumping, they need to survive that initial burst. If they can actually do that and make the fights drag out, then it will be really good for the Timber and Darkseer. Overall, I feel like execution-wise, it's a lot easier for Heroic here. I feel like their team fights are just pretty straightforward. Laning phase is also pretty straightforward. They're very, very solid lanes. So I think we are actually going to see a game 3.
Winter, I feel like you changed your view. Point, you went from not sure if Heroic were going to be able to bounce back in the series to loving exactly what they're bringing in game number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love if someone gives you something you like.
What do you love so much about this one, Lacoste?
I like that they are shutting down the cores too. I feel like with the takes that they do have, it gives them a lot of momentum as well. And PvP, they are picking heroes with very low win rate. These heroes are low win rate or have no win rate whatsoever for a good reason. Ace Prophet didn't win on the main stage. Neversaw didn't win a single game. And they're really trying to push the limits. This is also a bit of a test. They are going to be managing to win this one. It's also a bit of a statement for the rest of the team. They're still left to turn.
Yeah, I like that you're bringing out those statistics. It has been working for other teams on at least 2 of their cores on the side of BBG. So I feel like we need some answers to exactly what their coach power is going to be.
And I can make that happen, and that, yes, I am joined by both of the BB team, where I do have some questions about your draft. Timbersaw gets picked up. I don't know if you know this, 0% win rate in this tournament. It has been picked 8 times so far. Why do you like it?
Тимберсон на этот турнир выбрали уже 8 раз, но у него винрейт 0%. Почему вы предлагаете его выбирать? Мы захотели исправить эту ситуацию и поправить этот винрейт. We want to fix that win rate.
No more 0% win rate after this game. Makes sense to me. Last game, I asked Cass if he was afraid of your last pick anti-mage. He said no. Are you afraid of the analog last pick Leshrac?
В интервью тренера после прошлого пика он сказал, что он не боится вашего антимага. Боитесь ли вы их Лешрака? Нет. No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. What was it again?
Нет. No.
Oh, no, that's what it was. I see. Well, then, let's see if it happens in this game number 2. Good luck, Bolt.
And luck may be needed here. It seemed like the panel liked the changes that Heroic made to their draft. I personally like to see that Whisper is going to be taking over the Earthshaker, and they got Analog a Lashrac pickup. That felt like a nasty last pick here, Avery.
It was
There's a reason Timbersaw has been struggling in this tournament. Now he's going to have to go up against another hero that can just absolutely burst and chunk him down. I'm looking to Analog to step up his game in this game too. I think he struggled the most in that game one. It wasn't all on him. It was just a really tough game to find the angles for those Echo Slams against so many summons, so much scouting, a long-range poke lineup against the anti-mage. Not the easiest Shaker game here. He gets the priority in that last pick. They put him on a super high damage dealer that can just get in the fight, play against a lot of heroes that he can just take down instantly. Looks like a great game for the Leshrac, and he has the silencer to cover him. I mean, what a silencer you're against. Timbersaw, Darkseer, Dark Willow, Bane. This curse is gonna hurt in the team fights. The global silence can bail out the grid. Looking at those two heroes for Heroic, have big games here in game 2 and Forces into game 3. And your BBT, as the panel mentioned, you are trying to play some heroes that have not been too successful so far. It doesn't mean they can't work here, but they have been struggling.
Save in some trouble. Over to use the Shadow Realm. Unless he can juke through the trees, he is gone. That's going to be first blood to Yuma. And that is quite the boon because the off lanes on both sides are suffering. Schofield will end up going down. Both supports will die, but it's Heroic who walk away with the extra bounty in first blood.
And there's some money tree action going on.
Wait, what?
Nature's Prophet looking for the gold bags. Not a facet we see a lot in at all. But if you start snowballing with it, it's definitely a little extra income. I did not have this on my TI bingo card.
No, I didn't either. I do remember that it was so bad they had to buff it up, but it seemed like the numbers still weren't quite right. I guess in this matchup, it does kind of look like a free lane for them. So if you don't need the extra lane sustain out of the heal, why not, right? It's a double range matchup against a double melee match. Surely you should win this scot-free. Oh, flat vacuum, pull back in, trying to go for KJ Fairy Fire. Ooh, walks back into the Ion Shell, will be run down and saved. He's already healed up enough. Refraction from Yuma is quickly burned through. And he'll have to back away. No rebuttal here. Schofield, meanwhile, Fairy Fire of his own is going to be popped to stay alive.
It's double melee offlane's really suffering against the double range, plus the presence from this Furion. Look toward the Pure, who have a big game for BBT. He can set the pace, he can drive tempo around the map, he can TP into all these plays, give you the extra gold off the money tree sprouts. Those can go either way too, you know, anybody can pick up those bags, so you really want to snowball up this facet if you can. True. Have some bigger presence in the earlier team fight. Particularly if the other lanes are going to be a struggle. This Darkseer lane is not going the best for BBT. And Yuma has had an incredible start on this TA, despite some of the early skirmishing going both ways. He's absolutely free farming down there, and they picked up the early kill. So it's going to be another strong lane case for Heroic. The Leshrac's going to free farm, the TA is pretty much going to free farm down there. And if they can get something out of this double melee off lane, it's another really good start to a game where they can pick up the pace. Very interesting to see who rotates supports into mid lane first in this game as well, because you are really eyeing these 6 and 8 minute power runes, and this is an explosive matchup. You start taking some of these later points at Edict, just so much damage on isolated targets fighting for those runes, or if you get an early haste or arcane, Leshrac can be devastating with it.
And frankly, if your Shaker is already kind of struggling, and he can maybe do some Fisher shenanigans to pull the lane back. Why not move the Clockwork, say, into this mid lane and try and help the Lesh win that matchup?
I think Schofield has the most freedom here to decide what he wants to do. Trying to deny the water rune.
Miro chased down. The teleport will be canceled. A little bit surprising there. They were a bit low. Schofield brought low by the Nightmare. Katomi continues to menace this opposing support. He just cannot seem to use his cogs effectively at all. Every single time he tries to go for the cog hit, he just gets nightmared and hit a whole bunch.
So now played in this early game. Will at least deny the water rune. Now for GPK, it's a little minor win on that lane. That was his goal here. But another slow start for Schofield. This is not a game where you're going to get a huge amount of stacks up with this clock. Yeah, you fall back from that. You have to find some action around the map. Action continuing in this lane.
KJ not respecting the Shadow Realm Ion Shell combination. And maybe Yuma, if he gets the kill on the court, it'll all be worth it. But it's taking a lot of time off of lane. He still has got for the treads pick up. But that'll help give him some extra movement speed to get the kill. And he does not keep Kong up around. Perfect. Manages his way through. Whisper alone in lane, does not die. He still has some stick charges and a Lotus to burn through.
Third kill on this lane for Heroic. A lot of solo experience going into the TA. Honestly, I think KJ more than happy with that exchange. It's TA. Jump enormous. Already almost level 5. Level 6 on the Leshrac mid as well. I mean, it's Whisper being sacrificed up here a little bit, but this lane was going to be the toughest lane no matter what. You pick these heroes for the mid game, not their laning prowess. You just have to survive through it.
Considering how well Yuma is doing, I halfway expected the Silencer KJ to go through the gate, maybe help out this top lane, but he's opted against it, instead playing for power runes.
They're just too weak up top. Too many resources got burned out there. That blade's not available. You can look for the mid flash, however. Again, these power runes are super valuable for the Leshrac if you can secure them.
I love that, though. They already have the ward in place. They will run down KJ first, go back for the power rune, which spawns top. Works out well for them. Analog would have gotten it otherwise, but instead Katomi gets an amp damage, and he's going to pull the Leshrac underneath the tower. Now it's going to be the Clockwork who wakes up that Leshrac. Leshrac going back in with a dive ball, getting doing massive damage onto Katomi. One kill and trying to get out. No stuns left. Save has already blown everything there, so Analog will be able to get away. Support for support trade-off.
Money bags collected for Pure. Happy about that. Analog, did he overstep into the river?
He certainly did. Not having dive ball, he's in trouble. Sounds goes out though, and now GPK is the one who has overextended himself. Analog, he'll tick out. Analog didn't have to run forward. KJ will collect that kill. GPK offering a respectful tip to KJ for the rotation.
It's just such a good Silencer game. They got it really late in this draft. He has great core matchups, great heroes to punish with the curse, and a great target for that global silence later. I expect a big game from King Jungles here. Pure feeling the heat of a Yuma rotation. Rocket Flare gives a little assist.
Yeah, a bit too late. If it had caught him as Pure ducked away into the trees, maybe they could have killed it, but now Whisper has been baited to go for that Pure kill. Templar Assassin can't jump into this, not with GPK. Timbersaw is showing. Analog still going to show up, though. He is so strong right now. He's going straight to Pure. That's a guarantee. Team kill. What else can you get out of this one? GPK tries to pick up a Yuma real quick. The refraction, blocking the damage, and missed the Timber Chain. Meanwhile, Analog, he cuts him down with that long-range chakra. The Facet comes through in the clutch for GPK, and he still has plenty of mana to work with. No more diabolic heating, so GPK has free reign of things. A triple kill for him.
That's the kind of fight you wish you had that Silencer involved in a little bit more. 3 points in curse, he could do some serious damage to GPK in these skirmishes.
He thought he was going to get involved there. Instead, Nightmare pulled into the chalk. From Analog, he goes for the Pure kill again, but around these ancient stacks and 2 heroes behind him, Analog can't for another kill of this Nature's Prophet here, trying to get nice and aggressive. No, the ward's up there on the high ground, thanks to the Nightmare from earlier.
And Whisper comes to defend the stacks. Does not want to lose anything. Does not want to split the experience. He needs this Echo Slam to recover. He will get it here, uncontested.
Yeah, Schofield's going to block out Katomi. No way that he ever gets close enough. In fact, if he tries, he'll just add more experience to Whisper's coffers. Slowed down by lightning a bit.
Base to
Timber. Oh, yeah, that's a little Terry. Oh, that did for the Shadow Realm. Not good enough. GPK. Are you going to try for it? Timber chained up and he runs him down.
GPK boss gets that steal in game 1, and he is off to a 7-in-1 start here in 8.5 minute mark. Just pure destruction coming out from this mid laner right now, who is on a warpath in this tournament, man.
Yeah, is there any doubt? He has to be the team, the player that is carrying his team the most in this tournament.
He is MVP in my mind right now. BB team are not here without his plays on the main stage. We'll have to go back to heal, but man, what a start for him. Playing into some tough heroes too. These are not easy heroes for the Timber to skirmish early. He really just played the fights well. You end up inside the cogs, you end up against the sound spells, you end up against chain stunts, the shaker, or the burst damage from the flash. Not the easiest Timbersaw game in my mind. He's had an incredible start here. It's going to go a long way.
He is the only reason that Heroic has really broken away in this early laning phase. I mean, they're still up by a K, but it could have been so much worse, right? He gets that kill on Yuma, that top lane rotation, that could have been Pure dying again. He's kept Candle locked down a bit, but he will be the center of attention for Heroic. Hook shot does land, and really no way out of this one. The cogs lock him in a cage, and the silence prevents any spells. And he knows that he's going to have to stay one step ahead of this Timbersaw if they want to push this to a game 3.
And these smoke plays are so strong. They're not going to have a lack of damage like we saw in that game 1.
Picture block off. Not needed. Whisper already has his blink dagger. He gets in front of Katomi. They chain the stuns for another kill into Analog. Now second in net worth, and Yuma is topping out the charts.
This is a perfect base for Heroic. They love this style of gameplay, and the draft is built for it.
You just showed so many heroes though. Yuma, he's left alone in his bottom lane and run down by a simple 1-2 punch of a Miro wall and save with the Bedlam. That is going to cost Heroic a decent amount.
Gotta respect this health creep with the Darkseer Ion Shell and potential back stomp that can come out. It's been a while since we've seen this combination, but it'll be live in this game. And all that space that Timbersaw created allowed Miro to connect back up. He was doing farming. He was doing big stacks in the jungle. So this Darkseer is absolutely back in this game. They're trying to pick up the pace themselves.
Well played pick up, but the creep is on top of it with the Ion Shell. And the Sim does go out. If they can trade this out to get the kill on Pure, it'd be massive. Whisper doesn't have enough damage rights. Oh, what a cost hit! Let's Sprout over to the other side and chain totem to stop him though. And Pure, he's dead. As aggressive he's tried to be. Multiple of these rotations have resulted in his death, and Whisper is taunting him all the way to the grave.
You gotta have some respect for the BB team. They went in this game and they're trying to play Heroic style of Dota. They're just taking the clashes, getting aggressive. This is a terrifying team to play this fast against because they'll take it to you every single time. I mean, they're some of the best skirmishers in the world. Schofield in his element right now.
Smoke breaking Schofield. He'll just wait it out. GPK runs right into that brick wall.
Right, Smoke the supports around. Tower goes down. Scan still hits on that hill. They're looking for a bigger core target in the jungle. They want Yuma right now with this grip.
Is this two-man squad good enough, though?
They land the grip. They're going to try it all.
They got him. And long-range hook shot. The grip is stopped, but the first damage is still there. Now Schofield, big whirling death hit underneath the tier 2 tower. Cogs on cooldown, but BB team, they'll respect what Heroic have to offer. Backing away from the cliff and the multi-shot of the tower, not worth the risk for a simple support.
First part of that Smoke did not succeed up the high ground, but they get the nice flank. You would just not expect these supports to be taking him down, but rather nature gives you that extra damage on all these plays. Here, however, is the blink dagger will attract. This is when this hero becomes the scariest hero on the map. You pop the edict, you blink on anybody, they're just gone. It's way too much damage for an isolated target. Respect the quick smoke still have that global silence to back him up too. So if you go in super aggressive as Analog, you can take that kind of fight. You can rely on KJ to bail you out of a really tough situation or some grip deep in formation.
Did he have that global for the Fiend's grip on Yuma earlier? I have to imagine if he did have it, he would have popped it, right?
It's true. I've not seen it used.
Maybe Yuma expected he was going to get some sort of bailout here, but so that global silence is put to better use here.
This is the same smoke path. They scanned it, and they have this ward still on the high ground. There's Sentry in range, never killed it.
Yeah, this is insane that this is still up. BB team unaware and caught out by it once again. Global silence just in case.
I think that was a little wasted global there, but
yeah, that did not feel necessary at all. They had that kill guaranteed. One courier. And a second Pure trying to juke it through the trees. Analog and Schofield, they tried their best, but distracted by the courier, they still got it. But it is Whisper dying on the other side of the map. As the aggression from BB team, they see all these heroes on the other side of the map. They're going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, expecting that Schofield will do the same on the Clockwork. But they're going to fight. Analog, he's going to jump right into the bait. Opts not to go for the Wisdom Shrine, gets the quick kill on the support. Can he get to the Wisdom Shrine in time? He opts for the stun. He does not want to go into melee range of this GPK Timbersaw that has been menacing the map the entire time. He takes the experience and makes a run for it.
Hook shot in 7 seconds here.
Save, he knows, I think he's given up his life to block the pass. Miro, he's run down by the dodgeball. He thinks that TP is not going to work for him. And it's GPK, the only man perhaps who can make it out. Schofield spots him. Oh, that hook shot just barely off the mark.
That is still a fight Heroic will gladly take in exchange for that shrine. They got so much of that. Some extra in for the silencer. It's up to 7 brain drain. And that Darkseer, he was the most farmed hero going into that fight. Miro quietly just having himself a game here, farming up at a very fast pace. Big kill to give away. It's your best team fighter on the side of BB. He just got locked in the cogs from Schofield, who chose to go to that fight over stealing the shrine. Absolutely the correct call. Arcane Rune in the river. Huge rune for both mids. Analog snags it. GPK not getting all the power runes he's used to. This is almost the downside for him having the best start out of everybody. Is this Timbersaw went 7-1, but you can't push your advantage into this lineup. There's too many spells that counteract you. You need defensive items. You need either super fast Lotus or super fast BKB, and I think it has to be the BKB he's eyeing up because there's just way too many disables for you to play into.
He also couldn't really use that momentum, not just because of the counters, but because his own supports don't start the fights. They can't really guarantee that heroes will stay inside the Timbersaw AoE, whether it's because of the global silence. Frankly, Heroic's heroes are just better for that, right? The Clockwork and the Earthshaker, they're going to be much more active at starting fights for their mid than BB team could be.
Control is just more reliable here. It's also longer range. Fissure plus hookshot, you can start the fight from anywhere. This Dark Willow Bane has to get in pretty close, and that's super risky against this lineup. There's a lot of interrupt. That grip is 0% guaranteed against the global especially, but even if the global gets thrown out, there's still a lot that can stop you.
Adesso online for Yuma, puts it to use, does not get the last hit on the mid tower. So missing a bit of bounty there. Analog, meanwhile, working his way through the jungle with this Invis rune, spotted out by a sentry. Did BB team with the night vision of Katomi. They certainly know this is coming, and he's going to be so far forward. He's going to be caught out the global silence. It hit, but the hook shot did not. Baited in by BB team. Analog will overstep himself, and his team might be punished for it. Schofield, the force staff, gets him away from Pure. They will not lose anybody else for that blunder.
All 5 heroes were there to punish him. Even the Furion coming in, landing a little helping hand, and the damage is just overwhelming. Even though you get global to bail you out, you're stuck in the brambles. You're stuck in the chalk room. Just can't get out of there. If you have BKB, I mean, that looks way different, right? But that is a ways away right now.
Slowing this down is crucial. Any pickoff because the Deso could lead to Roshan, right? But the faster you get this early Roshan and Templar Assassin, the happier you'll be, especially if you can do it during this night cycle where it is on the Radiant side. You can continue that cycle throughout the rest of the game. You'll always have that outpost advantage.
You just want to find any sort of pickoff right now. Keep hunting, keep abusing the fact that Lesh is super strong around the map and you have good initiation. Any sort of big skirmisher fight will lead you into that objective. They'll find a little Katayomi. Nice little pickoff there. I don't think this is enough to instantly force the Roshan, especially where you are on the map, but you can chain this into something else as well. And you look at the vision right now, you would love to get some deep vision on Dire side of the map if you are Heroic. The more information you can get of where BB team are sending their heroes, the faster you can set these plays up.
Pipe complete for the Darkseer.
Oh,
BB teams. Yeah.
Pure almost just TP'd into Analog up top. But they actually had a Dire ward on that camp, so they saw him.
Oh, so he was teleporting to the Ancient
Yes,
camp,
he
and
was
then
about to go in there and farm. It would have been instant death. Nice defensive ops, saves Pure's life.
It does. Now that's the sort of pickoff that could have led to a Roshan scenario, but as it stands, Heroic, with the team fight item complete of the pipe, you can't just force this. The game is beginning to slow down.
Very strong pipe game. The TA is your one solution to that pipe, but the TA is also not the hero that wants to go in and just be in the middle of all the Ion Shells, the Brambles, the Dark Willow, Cockrum damage. Like, it's a little overwhelming for Yuma right now.
Until you have BKB, that refraction isn't going to last long.
Just going to say, there's a lot of heroes who are going to want an early BKB in this game, just so you can take the fights with confidence and ignore a lot of the damage coming out from both lineups, because both lineups are going to struggle against early BKBs here. You're negating a lot of control and a lot of spell damage. Huge amount of survivability to come out. Both teams playing a little scared right now. Clumped on the map. Again, there's just a lack of deep vision on either side of the map. You see how many sentries were spammed through these jungles.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous right now.
It is.
It's just both teams are kind of playing blind, looking for the next objective, which will be this Tormentor up top. BB camping it. They're a little early to the party, but
I mean, better to be early than late. That's what it feels like Heroic's going to be. Are they not? Do you feel like they're at a disadvantage for contesting?
No.
BB team? I don't think so either. I'm
The fight is
surprised they're
safe.
playing so passive right now, but as we say that, both teams are going to go for their own smokes. Not going to be met, not going to be surprised on a Tormentor. Instead, they will clash inside the Dire jungle where BB team do have the ward advantage. With the initiation, it's going to be jumped onto the Darkseer with the Golden Sounds over the top. Two are wiped off the face of the earth, and now Heroic want more. Can they get that? Whisper, he's going to chase after him here. The silence wearing out. GPK, he gets the Timber Chain out of there, and Heroic call it quits. Good enough for them, I think, to do the Tormentor.
gotta take it away right now. This area is entirely Dire's vision control. So you win fights here, it's super nice. Get a chance to D-Ward, get a chance to take that objective, save. Wants to get something going.
Good four staff. I mean, this early four staff picker has done wonders for GPK, though. He was pulled in by this, and there's too many stuns.
Overreaching, trying to find a little opening and stall this objective up. You end up paying even more of a price. The damage is overwhelming from this lineup right now. It's just no way to take an early, easy fight if Heroic are the ones jumping you. And that was a very fast hook shot cogs, very fast blinking from Yuma. They have so much confidence to go in with their cores before all these BKBs are out because they have the global silence to back them up, whereas BB Team do not.
And this jetpack could actually do a lot of work for Schofield. Helps him get out of Sprout, will help him find some of these supports, and maybe even the Nature's Prophet as he's been ratting around the map. BB Team going to play to try and take this Wisdom Shrine. This is a crazy play. Schofield, he'll be Fiend's Grip right off the start.
Still gets it.
He still gets the Shrine. He will die. That's going to be triple ultimates used to kill this Clockwork. I think Heroic's perfectly fine with that.
If they can dodge fights when Global's on cooldown, that's the MO. And that's why BB Team were getting aggressive. They want to fight when the Global's on cooldown. Massive opening for them, but we're just seeing, just dodge them on this cooldown, then you can regroup. When you have it up, you should have BKBs by then too. Though I say that, and Yuma opting for Daedalus instead, just wants more damage. Feels like the Global will cover him enough, especially with his other cores going in besides him.
There is a trade-off. I can see both sides of this, but do you believe this is the right item choice for him?
Honestly, yeah, the way these fights are going, I think if you get the BKB on the Lesh, he can go in, the Shaker can go in, you have the clock to create space. The grip should automatically be canceled every fight. You're not too worried about that. I think just ramping the damage faster here is going to be amazing, especially if you get an Aegis on this TA. That's when it will pay off, right? If you get 2 lives on Yuma and he went this Daedalus over the BKB, he is going to be an absolute beast in the fight. It's a very scary item for BB to play against because they just don't have the physical mitigation right now. You don't have like a Shiva's on Timber. You don't have an AC on this Furion. can dice these heroes up.
GPK backs out right as Heroic.
Oh, he went back in.
The Echo Slam starts things off and he's gone.
Too easy.
If they have your Shaker and the Leshrac on one target, it doesn't matter who it is. Schofield finds the extra. He's gonna jetpack, keep the vision on save, and eventually these Blink Daggers should catch up to him. There's the Fisher. And a Shadow Realm trying to dodge. They're actually maybe thinking about fighting this one. Miro's gonna try and TP in. This is a little crazy though. They still have the global silence.
Yeah, what is he doing?
And now Miro's in the middle of no man's land with nobody to help him. He tries to go for his own wall. Dead again. BB team, what is going on? They're bleeding out hero after hero in fights that should just be simple pickoffs.
That is a massive blunder. You're gonna feed some heroes away while Roche is on this side of the map. That is an instant draw for Heroic. They will claim this objective, and that is why this Daedalus build is gonna pay off. Yuma, he knows they're stronger right now. He knows they can win the fights into the Roshan, pick the Aegis up, scale the damage. Way too fast for BBT's lineup right now. They are now in a position where they have to find a way to stabilize this map, slow this game down, get the split push going, get some pickoffs going. That's 8 Deso charges on a minted Daedalus Templar Assassin at the 24-minute mark. That is not a hero you want to run into right now. And it's just baiting the rune. This Lesh pick has been nasty this game. 9-2 for Analog. He's absolutely struck back, and there's just no clear answers to it in the short term. Now, you could maybe outscale it with Furion ultra late, but with Global to protect him against the limited control you have, I don't see anybody taking down Analog early in these fights now that he has BKB. And if he gets more items here, he just becomes an absolute god. I mean, you're looking at that Sanj Nyash, you're looking at Shiva's guard, you're going to prevent a lot of the physical coming out from Pure. This Disco Pony dancing it up here.
He's getting strong, and BB team are forced to concede parts of the map. Something you never want to hear if you've got a Nature's Prophet carry on your team.
You have your aura timing right now. That was Greaves done on Miro. He has Greaves plus the pipe.
I just don't think Pure, he's willing to fight against an Aegis, especially without his BKB.
Oh, no way
He
without
needs another 750 for that.
But even then, you're still not winning this man fight.
Yeah.
So you still have to find a solution to Heroic's team fight. Or just continue to rat the game out. And if you're Heroic, you would now have options because of that team fight dominance. You can leave Yuma alone with this Aegis. He's not going to be a target they go for. You can let him push. You can look for the smoke ink across the map. You can try and hunt the Furion. You can also just force the high ground and make BB come back. Doesn't mean you have to commit to that high ground, but you can get a lot of information off this and then go for that same smoke play. You have so much catch between the clock and the Shaker. These kind of moves are easy. Yeah, you still have this tier 1 mid.
Every time you cross the river, you run the risk. There's just so many Blink Daggers, so much initiation, so many stuns. Heroic is bound to catch some of these heroes that cross over into their side of the map, catching a courier on the way too. BB team, they're doing what they can to rat the map and try and prevent the loss of some of these objectives. Their tier 2 towers, though, will start falling with 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Is there any world that Heroic would ever hit the high ground to see how BB team respond, or are we just gonna systematically work our way tier 2 to tier 2?
Rather get the tier. Choose off the map right now, but you can absolutely hit that high ground and try and force some heroes back. The thing is, Pure is always going to be farming. So you have to weigh this economic advantage you're gaining versus what he's going to take off the map. If you can catch him, I mean, that's the dream. Catching any core out on the map right now. Schofield, does he have a ring?
Right past Hero.
It's insane. Still, Yuma taking matters into his own hands. Kills.
The Terrorize goes out.
Timbersaw will try and take advantage of this. The first life of Yuma, they're burning through this refraction. BKB goes out from Analog, and a quick ankle slam for Whisper. Knock it down two. Miro, he gets a force stab to save his life. Analog's fighting up against the physical damage. Pure Pops go BKB.
down.
He makes the commitment to Leshrac, and he gets it. Meanwhile, Yuma, on his second life, almost dies here. Goes back against Pure. Knows that BKB is going to wear out. Knows that the stuns are coming in. With the cogs pushing around. They do have this Nightmare in the back line, so Yuma just can't get down to this cliff. Schofield and Whisper, the two-man tag team of stuns. They can't get the kill on Miro right away, but they'll get it on Pure, and Yuma cleans up both.
The control tag team from Heroic getting the job done where the damage falls. This shaker was massive. Double Echo Slam coming out from Whisper off the minted refresher. Absolutely feeling himself right here. Just decimates that fight that was once looking good for BB. Gets turned around with overwhelming damage from this offlaner. That's a buyback on the Bane for no result. And there's a little high ground hope. That was a scary fight for Heroic though. They got caught on that ramp choke point into some wall losers off the CA. And Darkseer Ion Shell was doing a lot of work there. Pure had a pretty good early start to that fight, bringing the Leshrac down with some decent damage out of this Furion. That got a little dicey.
They were able to kite around this Templar Assassin a lot, but this was your one shot. This was where Yuma was maybe a bit out of position and doesn't have that BKB. You won't have another opportunity like that. The BKB is going to be done by the next time you go for a team fight like this.
And a lot of that echo damage did go into the Darkseer who had that pipe, so Miro was able to tank it. At this point, kind of, if you can get out, it's an okay outcome, but man, the goal of Heroic is just overwhelming, and they will always catch you. Power of the clockwork here. Schofield's just in the middle of you, causing chaos. Not a target you want to focus. Sets up the return from Yuma. Collects some more Deso charges here, up to 16 off that fight.
Oh yeah, he's huge. Analog. Oh, he runs into him and Yules. Save. He's faster than Analog. The BKB will be forced. You got to get out of here. Save. He does manage to get a helpful force stab to get away here. GPK is going to go for it. Now that Analog's BKB is on cooldown, but the global sounds over the top of that BKB. GPK, he is left with no offense, no bite.
Whisper has an Echo Slam here.
I can't believe they're right next to each other. Jesus, what is happening? A Fisher goes out, and Whisper is getting some stuns and Echo Slam on the two of them. GPK is in trouble. He got baited into a fight he was not prepared for. Not with Yuma. 1,000 damage crit raining in on BB Team. Another stun. That'll stop the Bane. There goes the Dark Willow. And BB Team on the ropes now. They managed to hold on with their barracks left alive because of the glyph before. Now there's nothing left to protect their base.
This is a lane for sure. Yuma's got a clean house here. Another great Echo Slam from Whisper. Probably not the way he wanted to get it, but he'll take it. An immense amount of damage going into the Timber. Yuma cleans it up. No BKB on GPK because he used it earlier, and the Global Silence canceled the grip that was on the clockwork on the back of that fight. So you don't have grip to throw into those cores later on. I mean, this silencer's just ruining the Bane's day.
Oh, Puri's walking into a ward.
Oh, they see him.
He's got a BKB, but they've got the stuns. They've got the instant hits.
Yeah, that is some overwhelming damage.
Double wards in this jungle area. Heroic knew exactly what Pure's playbook was going to be when he's behind like this on the Furion. He's going to play to your side of the map, and Heroic were more than prepared for enough for that.
Just look for the camps on the side. Right? Only two places he's going to go, and you know he wants to go to some of those ancient camps they've been setting up for multiple times in this game, especially with the vision from the clock and the TA traps. Put wards on top of that, and you have a lot to play with. This game is firmly in Heroic's grasp right now.
All that's left is to get another Roshan, and then you can start to think about ending things. BB Team, I mean, if you're on their side of the equation, what are you looking at? What is the opening that could possibly bring them back into this game?
Baiting out early usage of BKBs or Global Silence will create an opening in that team fight. That is very difficult to do without getting punished, though, because of the range on the catch, right? The other opening is massive back.
Yeah?
It sounds a little difficult to get here, but in theory, if you can vacuum 3 or 4 heroes, you have some spells to combo with. You have to terrorize off the Dark Will, you have Brambles, you have potential Centro Stomp off a Dawn Tree. have Cockrell that can go through and lights everybody up. A massive vacuum into a wall, create a bunch of make that fight chaotic and roll another kind of thing. That's has to be one of those options.
I mean, that timing is tight. Vacuum into Terrorize?
Yeah, it's not easy against the BKBs that are now available for Heroic.
Heroic will lay claim to that Roshan and that Aegis. That'll allow them to go high ground once again, take the outpost as well. Every little thing you could ask for is going the way of Heroic for this next high ground push at 33 minutes.
Man.
All that's left is another pickoff to make it that much easier for them.
I've been watching Pure TP. His TP decision making is not easy. You look at how much Radiant Vision is on some of these camps. It's like pick your poison. You have to pick the one camp that is not spotted, then try and get out. That is not the one you want to pick.
That's not the one. That's not the one. Whisper. Oh, this could be the death blow. Back to back, side of the map pickoffs on Pure.
Read him like a book. There's just nowhere to go. He's just playing Minesweeper out here. Too much vision control on Radiant side of the map, and you don't want to keep farming your own because you also have to get something right now. Nowhere safe to go for this Furion. Nowhere safe for GPK either. He's going to have to be forced to pop BKB. No teleport available. Is already canceled.
He knows his life is forfeit. Does a little dance. Whisper, he's going to be chased. Do manage to catch him before the Blink Dagger comes back up. He turns around the exit lane, does what damage he can. His team is making their way here. KJ's now here. He slows him down. Thanks to the 4-step, Whisper can turn back around. The BKB will last long enough, but save. Big hit there, and a Fisher to finish him off. They couldn't get the Earthshaker. They'll catch both Save and Katomi. Worse comes to worse. They're losing their tier 3. They're losing their second lane of barracks, while Pure is still dead for another 30 seconds.
And there's a refresher on the silencer. Why not? If one global silence caused you problems, how about two? This game has completely spiraled out of control for BB Team. They had some brief windows in that early game, but since Analog has been playing decisive, it is all been Heroic. No hope in these fights. No chance in the skirmishes. No ability to contest Roshan. And this game is just going to end before the 35-minute mark. You went into the Coliseum with Heroic. Next time, you better come prepared, because this is not the team you want to come with less team fight against.
Heroic say you want to play that early game brawl. We'll match you every step of the way and beat you with experience. They have pummeled BB Team to a pulp on this one. And BB Team are not equipped to be able to stop this one. If he's a 3-man Quags, why not? Schofield, playing things in style. We are going to game 3.
This has been a really fun series to watch, and game 3 is going to have it all on the line. When the pressure is at its greatest, who will step up to lead their team to a historic finish between these two squads? You have to remember how much is at stake here. None of these players have made it to a top 4. And you are one game away from making history, potentially for your entire region. It all comes down to this.
They've been here before. Game 3 on the line for top 4. What is going to happen when we go to game 3? Well, let's first break down game 2.
It is a game 2 as these fans around the world are going to remember they were one game away from elimination. Now they're one game away from making it to the top 4, the highest placement for these players. And what fashion they do this game 2 in. It felt like there was just nothing stopping them. All of their heroes doing exactly what they needed to do.
I agree. Completely incredible showing. They went from playing against a team that made them look like they were getting pub stomped to pub stomping BB Team. Analog ran around on Leshrac, owning noobs like he was Smurf. But it's easy to forget. This is one of his like staple heroes. He's played this time and time again. You can see the comfort. And what's really impressive is that, like Winter said, it's been 2-0 all the way for Heroic. This is the first time in a long time that we've seen that they win a game 2 when they haven't won game 1. So this bodes very well for them.
what an execution of the strategy. After seeing their draft, we were all like, okay, this looks so much better than what they did have in game number 1. Whisper on the Earthshaker, he had Pure's number throughout the whole game. Every single time he shows up in the side lane, you have 2 supports who can actually hunt him down. That's why when we saw it, this Nature's Prophet opener and seeing Earthshaker and Blocker, we said he's not going to be having a good time. And there's also a reason why Nature's Prophet is not winning, why Timbersaw's not winning. He got that ultra kill, but guess what? Heroic, this is the team that's every single time they're going to be bringing in numbers. How many times so far at PI we've seen them use early buybacks, make sure that they have the numbers. They're bringing numbers into every single fight.
I mean, the Timber was kind of the only hero that was keeping BB team in the early game. You know, he had like a 7-0 start. He was like having a pretty good time. But then it just came to a point where when the team fights, the actual real 5v5 started to happen, you can see that it's so difficult for them to fight into the Shaker, the Global Silence. And when you look at the Dunksy and the Timber, just they don't really have a lot of synergy between their heroes, right? It's very hard for them to start the fight. They can only maybe rely on the Bane if he gets a good sleep, or a grip after the Silencer uses his ulti. Yeah, basically a lot of things need to be going in their favor for them to be able to start the fight.
Yeah, when you're in these positions, the easiest execution is what you want. Comfort is definitely what you want to be feeling in this one. And looking at these replays, just seeing how quick Heroic are to react on everything that BB team is trying to do. It felt like immediate rotations all the time coming out for them. Leading into this, when the Lesh came out, you absolutely loved it. We see Analog pop off on it. Where did this hero go? Why is it finally now making its face at stake?
I think it was a certain trap for it. The pure damage that he does, not so much pure, but Analog, goes through all of the barriers that would come up from Darkseer. It bursts Timbersaw's reactive armor. It's very good at jumping into the Nature's Prophet. There's not much you can do to get on top of them. And the Global Silence coming out, it is risky. I think that's why Leshrac has fallen off. It's that, like, if you don't get a good early game, he jumps in and he tries to kill you and he beats, right? You just have less HP, you have less stats to work with than they do, and they just kill you before you kill them. So you need to snowball, and he did. It requires a lot of comfort, especially in this situation where you're lower bracket. You're about to get kicked out of International right now, and you're potentially breaking a record for South American Dota. Like, there's a lot of pressure there. So the fact that he's able to do this under that pressure is very impressive.
Yeah, especially when they have never, came back from losing the first game. This is like
not
do or die for them. So being able to actually turn this around takes a lot of mental strength.
Yeah, Jenkins, you mentioned how good of an early game Leshrac needed to have to make impact. Let's go have a look at that, right? Because the lane went so well for him. He actually ended up helping out everyone else on his team, or at least shutting down what BB team were trying to do.
Yeah, this early game was kind of like the battle of the mids. I think GPK's rotation here was very good because Analog was also making the rotation. Of course, Timber versus Lesh is not so easy, so Timber was level 6, Lesh level 7. That's max pure damage. Quite significant. So this was a very chaotic fight. Going back and forth, I think GPK ends up with a triple kill here. Analog gets some kills as well. But I totally agree with Avery when he said that you are playing Heroic's game. To run around in the early game and engage in this chaos, like, you are entering into a chaos pit with a team that they were born under.
And probably that's why we saw in the first game how slow they did not want to risk it too much. They were trying to mimic some of the rotations as well, like the game on the Void Spirit, that game number 1. And coming into the third game, I think they're going to need to address this issue, not fall into a trap by the play that Heroic has been playing. And also for this set, they really didn't have a way to initiate a fight, especially if you're playing it from behind. Who's going to start a fight? They just saw jumping in and be like, go guys up here, try to, maybe use some spells on it, but they do have the overwhelming damage that we talked about. They have the slash rack, 2 damage, having temporary assassin, Yuma had a significant amount of farm, and we talked about the team fights, but you now have global sound. Not for any kind of team fight, even if it happens, but there is none. They will definitely make it out.
Yeah, struggling to initiate, but it also felt like they were struggling to disengage. Heroic driving in that chaos, and they kind of just got to chase whenever there was a PvP. They get to keep getting more out of the team fight, out of the
Yeah, there were a lot of Benny Hill type situations in this game. I think Neighbors Heroic a lot. You can tell that when they smell blood in the water, they continue to strike and strike and strike. They did not want to take this kill on GK the mid lane. They figured that the rest of BB, well, they had to be somewhere here on they get kill after kill after kill, BB might stand for mostly because they're bleeding out in this situation. That was kind of the entire game. Like, it was just BB team getting kills. It looked like a pub. I think the elephant is that their draft was almost disrespectful. The Mook at the start. He's like, nah, we're gonna up the win rate.
Yeah, I think the data leans very heavily one way for a reason. We also look towards people who are specialists in certain heroes. Are they picking it up? Are they also just as confident? It doesn't matter where in the draft you pick it up. It's still going to have that question mark. Is it good? And for both the Nature's Prophet and the Timbersaw that has bad win rates on main stage here, you open your draft with both of them, and there's no actual real flex potential despite seeing everything else that comes out from Heroic.
Yeah, and also the bans, right? Because they banned the pump, which is really confusing, right? So they thought that the Timber was not going to go through for some reason, but then why would they actually show the Timber? Because I would only show the Timber if I'm absolutely certain I'm getting that specific matchup. So everything itself needs to be looked at, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence after winning the first game, so they felt like they could, do whatever they want in the second game. They got humbled.
Yeah, they really did. Nature's Prophet on stage doesn't have a good win rate. I know a lot of other people, though, putting high priority on it because it's a hero that once you shut it down, it's still able to find farm anywhere in the map. I think something Heroic is so fantastic with having defensive wards, being aware that the Nature's Prophet will want to still be looking for that farm somewhere that he just went.
They knew exactly where he was going to be. I would say, like, Prophet wards, there were a couple of them in the bottom part of the map as well, as you can see on the map, that they are ready, because this is where Nature's Prophet wants to farm. He knows that he can show up in the lane against Prophet, playing against Earthshaker. They can easily initiate it on him, but he needs to find the farm somewhere, and they caught him every single time.
My thought process with this, and maybe this is a reach, was that like Heroic is so dominant in their region that they play a lot of these qualifiers where they have a huge lead. But there's a lot of these pub players, right? Like people are really high skill from pubs that they're still playing against, and they know where to farm. So Heroic is very good at stopping a team from farming when they're behind, because from their qualifiers, they're always ahead to this degree. Because this was not just like a win by Heroic, this was a stop. And Heroic, because of their regional dominance, is actually very good at stopping teams if they're ahead. You need not to come back.
There's a lot of competition going on here at TI. It's not just our players vying for the Aegis, it's also, of course, all the creative people at home that are doing some submissions for our short film contest. So we're going to take a look at one of our finalists.
Sunstrike.
I love the creativity that comes out there. I mean, I heard the arena when it showed up that there could have been Pudge being removed from the game.
It's never gonna happen. This is the most iconic Dota 2 hero.
Yeah, I loved it. The dual use of the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb there as well. He was making sure there was no way he's getting removed from that game. But in our series, he's not showing face at all. The only time we're seeing him is in that bans.
Yeah, he's kind of removed from the game.
True, in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know Jenkins would love to. I'm sure Heroic, if it got let through, they would love to play it. We've seen it on two different positions for them as well, whether it's in that carry, if it's in that off lane as well. But we talked about the overconfidence of BBT. That's something they haven't gotten overconfident in. They're still very strong and standing by, taking out these niche and unique heroes from Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you let it through. I mean, especially game 3. I think BB is gonna straighten up. You know, this is what they tend to do. We've seen this time and time again in their tournaments. They're still an incredibly strong team, and I also don't think that Heroic. They're of course going to play with confidence. They're a momentum-based, emotional team. The win is very good for them, but you gotta still respect them because they have. This has happened so many times before. They just end up winning the series. You said at the start, all of their series have been like 2 points.
I think there's going to be a switch in the draft when it comes down to they gave it Earthshaker twice, and I think they want to take them a couple of times. They have first pick, but maybe they're definitely going to take it because they do play the role. This is a team that really excels at playing that role. So the last 3 games that they did play Earthshaker, they did lose them. 2 against Evolution, 1 against Galaxy as well. But this is a hero that allows you to have such a good game. Really, it's a game of Whisper. Have went for Refresher. Yasha Kaya into Refresher means that he has unlimited amount of chance
I mean, also their own drafts, right? I feel like it depends on the enemy's draft, right? But for BB's draft, I think they need to maybe prioritize pure more, give him the later picks. Don't show his hero out because I think in most of the games that went long, he has a really good carry-to-carry matchup. He has kind of the strongest hero in the game. That's why they tend to play a little bit more slower. They're like, okay, we don't have to rush. We can just wait. So when we reach our turn, I feel like they're going to be forced to make a lot of moves.
Yeah, is that something that's also dependent on if they get first pick or second pick?
Yeah, of course. I think with the second pick, maybe they feel like they could do it more. And on the first pick side, I still think you can do it, but maybe just don't open the draft with his hero.
Well, I mean, a few weeks ago, you could just open the draft with Nature's Prophet, and it would still feel like the strongest hero in the game. That's just how overpowered it was, but nerfs come into play, and the meta changing comes into play. Like the Dom meta has really changed everything because everyone is reacting to that, and because of that reaction, Nature's Prophet maybe isn't as strong.
Yeah, but it also depends on how they're diagnosing the problem, right? Do they think that Nature's Prophet is the problem, or the other pieces that were picked after
The
the
whole
game?
composition of that team was the problem, but also picking that hero so early, and also with the bans that they did have, removing that Spectre that one-time Heroic did use with the Helm of the Dominator to have that global presence, which again is a really bad matchup for Nature's Prophet. But then again, we had a lot of those heroes being countered in the previous game. You do have Bane, who doesn't like to play into Clock, doesn't like to play into Global Silence. Then you have Dark Willow playing into Leshrac. I feel like every single hero on side of BB got countered by what Heroic did have.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to first pick a hero, and then you have to use some of your bans later for that hero, then it's probably that hero is not suitable for first pick. Because ideally, you first pick a hero, and then you don't really care what the enemies are going to pick.
Yeah, that's definitely where the complexity comes in. I know that's support, like 4 or 5 people. And maybe that's part of why Nature's Prophet has not looked so great as the first pick this week compared to like the couple weeks before, because people were flexing to 4 and 5 position if it was a bad game for it, but the core Nature's Prophet is better at keeping the dominant, so people start playing it more as a carry. I can say as a support, yes, you can sprout the dom, but it's a lot harder to kill it. So maybe that's the thought process, that like in this meta, it's just not as good as a support as it was.
And I also think that there are supports that are way more impactful. We're seeing them do so much more of this team fight securing lanes than what the Nature's Prophet could potentially add. You're relying a lot more on your second support to offer more in the way of team fight or setup.
Yeah, and also to go back to your point about helping Dom and Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Heroic. This team is an honest team. They will only buy Dominator on maybe
Heroic's
Master.
an honest team?
They are. What do you
When it comes to Helm of the Dominator, though,
they want to win it by picking the heroes, team fighting. They want the constant brawl. They want the chaos. This is what people want to see as well.
I can't believe you're calling a people.
They did not get a single Helm Dom that game though. That is quite impressive.
It's nice to see teams doing well, though, not picking it up, because one of the narratives coming here was how broken is it going to be? How many people are going to be picking it up? Will we see every role be able to play with it? And while some teams are still delivering it to have an impact with them, it's great to see that this lineup is going to run over it, right? Heroic still know a way to play it around it and without it, too.
Yeah, they have their own style. And, it's exciting to see that their style matches up so well against a team like BB, who has, for this whole year, been dominating against Heroic. So it's like Heroic kind of stuck to their guns, and they improved it, they refined it to the point where now we have very interesting fun.
We do this series as well, going through. This is actually the first time in TI and Road to TI that we're seeing Heroic go to a game. Every other series we've played has been either that 2-0 or that 0-2 to a win or to a loss for them. So it's like, now how are they going to be managing the energy, the expectations, the pressure of an elimination game through?
Do they have the stamina for it? I mean, they've only played for a couple hours here or there. Now we're into that 3-hour limit, especially if this game goes long. Who knows?
It's Dota players, they can play 10 games a day. I'm sure they'll be fine in this series, And on the other hand, BB team, they are quite used to playing 3-game series so far. They've been playing a couple of those. They come out on top of those. I'm sure they know what they need to do to just calm down, make sure that they can play a clean game in the last game of the series. And for Heroic, they are going to be in totally new territory. So how
This
are they
has
going to
also
play?
been their arch nemesis, I would say, when they start to feel that they need to fix things and they're unable to fix them, when they start losing on the brink of elimination, one game away from it, it could definitely affect a team like them. Even though they definitely got better over the last half a year or a year because they started to win the tournaments as well, they kind of got into that territory of being able to breach the barrier and win, but still on a big stage in EI, you can definitely feel that they are also feeling pressure.
Yeah, the main stage series, when it has gone its way, if they won game one, they ended up losing the series. If they lost game one, they ended up winning it. And I wonder if that trend continues, or if there is going to be that reverse. How are they going to be able to bring it back to you? Is it indeed being like way too open?
Sometimes it's wonder, sometimes you just have to remember in the games that you win, what did you actually do correctly in those games?
Yeah.
Right? And you just go back to those games and just do it again. There's nothing to fix sometimes.
So what was it that they did right in game one that you wanted to go back to?
I feel like the draft, the hero matchup, they left Pio's hero till last. He got a good anti-mage game, and they were able to play calmly, and they knew that they were going to outscale them.
So it was more that rather than the execution aspect.
Yeah, I think it definitely affects. I mean, the execution is definitely something they didn't really play a perfect game, but you can't expect your players to play perfect.
I mean, GPK tried in that game. They had a 0% win rate hero. Timber's just, it's bad after the nerfs. Like, this is an easy excuse that Volt can say, my bad, guys. Pick Timber, G next. Let's go.
Yeah, expectations, you just have to throw them out the window right now, because no matter what you think you're going to get, one thing you can know for certain is it's a game 3.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 3.
Is it going to be the same from BB Team? Confidence coming in and sticking to their guns about what happened in Game 2? Do they just straight up open for something that is not a conventional opener? The answer is yes. A Queen of Pain is going to be the first one.
I think the Queen of Pain is just a statement that we want you to pick Earthshaker, and our Queen of Pain most likely is just going to be following wherever yeah, go and make this like visible, do that scatter, try to push him out of the game stage, maybe try to, get him triangle in terms of not getting held by Echo Slam, but try to block them, try to be annoying, stop those stacks from going up, flat and go into triangle, try to battle it out in the position, or on the enemy team, but Queen of Pain, even on that position, Force also did so good, first damage was much more powerful than Earthshaker, but we'll see where it's gonna end up going.
I do believe that is the best role for Queen of Pain right now, is to follow a hero and just dominate it in lane. There's a reason, I think, that she's fallen off since the Dom meta has come up with Dota. I honestly don't mind Queen of Pain against Templar Assassin. As long as you win the sentry battle in lane, a lot comes down to those supports, because otherwise she can L dodge the Queen of Pain dagger. If you're winning the sentry battle, then TA gets destroyed in this matchup. If you're winning the sentry battle for TA, then Queen of Pain gets destroyed in this matchup. So a lot of pressure on the supports here between these picks.
Yeah, the support heroes are going to play a really, really pivotal role. Like in the first game, I felt like the BB side were able to kind of rotate around. Remember the first game where Disruptor was like running around 4 minutes, he ganked mid, ganked bottom. It's all because of the hero lane matchup that allowed him to do that. So if I'm BB team, I'm going to try to replicate that. I try to have maybe the corp, keep them guessing where my corp is going, and then try to figure out a way how do I get a favorable lane matchup so that my supports can move around. When this is definitely a very good answer. And Andrew is good. You have a lane matchup where you're not worried that the bot can pressure you, and you're like daring them to put the bot in your lane.
Our remote Silencer, he did one hell of a job, even though he didn't have to fight the great fight. Not even ways to start a fight in the previous game, but they're going to give it more respect in this one. Disruptor is still available. You did mention it. I think this could be very good against Queen of Pain in general. It makes your life so much more difficult to play. One bad blink in the Static Storm, then you can get pulled back again. Unless you have some kind of a save, it could be very difficult.
Are you surprised that they still banned the Earthshaker? Because I was with you with the way you rationalize why they first picked the support, right? You kind of block the Earthshaker, but right now they're still blocking it. They're still banning it.
Probably thinking about it when maybe the timing is better.
Don't give a whole second. Yeah. Because I do agree. I think it's worth being worried about it in the first phase. It's a man that, but they are. So I feel like this is a thing. It doesn't just have to counter Shaker. Like, yes, you can use it as a tool to not have the first Shaker come out. Then ban the Shaker because it was too good in both games. And then later on, you just have Queen of Pain in here replacing his best.
And do you think it tells you that Quad might be a support? That's why they're banning the Shaker, because they don't want her to go mid.
I don't think for BBT. I feel like it's almost guaranteed going to be Miro playing it, unless somehow GPK in the end of this draft still has a good matchup for Quab. Then he'll take it. BB will make these plays in the draft.
Well, now with these teams picking up their supports, we thought the Disruptor could have been good for Heroic against the Queen of Pain. We saw its impact. However, BB team going to go back for that Hoodwink, picking up saves here a lot earlier in their second phase, along with the Disruptor. So double support showing.
Do you like the lane though? If Pop's going off lane with the Hoodwink with the double range?
I was thinking about that. I think it's fine. I don't think double range is that bad. Like, Quap as an off-laner honestly acts as a tank anyway. You get the strength talent, you blink him with late mail, tank.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of cheap damage and low cooldown inside of BB teams, so they can keep fighting. If they want to be matching the aggression that Heroic did bring in the previous game, that's also doable, because we have seen them kind of lacking that in the previous one when there was no Dippersaw. They couldn't really help out when the Heroic was running at them. And this is also relatively cheap, long distance, low cooldown abilities that can stop Bane's ulti from going off. Like Disruptor with the Glimpse, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack as well could easily stop it. Queen of Pain later on with the Shard. There's a lot of things that the Bane doesn't like to play into.
I do think BB needs a mid that is more like an off-laner. Some DK, Void Spear, Angulator type hero.
Turns out it doesn't matter what you guys like. The audience is enjoying this and taking care.
Everybody loves Living Loving, you know. It's an explosive hero, very strong team fight.
One of
very
Whisper's
fun.
best heroes. Oh, where did this hero go the whole time?
Is that a position for Dawn?
I think Dawn in any position is good against anything. So maybe, but Silencer's out of the pool, so maybe they pick it to block the Dawnbreaker coming out as a response to the enemy.
And it's also a really good lane. Dawn's you're gonna have a very, very strong lane setup here. I think even if the enemy has a gyro, the lane is gonna be powerful.
I like what James is saying a lot, because you're asking where this hero went. In the Roach Team's national playoffs, Dawn had the lowest goal win rate. It was something closer to 30%. It was below 40, and it was struggling so much. And that's because people were leaving that Silencer in the pool.
I think the counters to Dawn are such hard counters. Like, the two big ones are Silencer and Nyx Assassin. Anything that can stop her from ulting in.
The next one is not even that easy when you get the X, because it's so quick. Sometimes you just don't get it in position in time to stop it.
Yeah, and you can get a BK. Yeah. So it's not like impossible to play. Silencer, that's a hard one.
Yeah, that's very difficult, but we do see the gyro here, so extended hero against Enigma, but Heroic definitely has sometimes probably do the lane strong enough to handle the gyro and shuffle.
It's a super strong lane, and it's not much of a breaker. You have this super high run, and then multiple stuns, but it's not grenade. Someone's getting caught. Kind of always play aggressive.
Yeah, BP does have one problem, which is they lack a main laner. They
front line.
They do not have a guy to just run in and tanky. Queen of Pain is not terrible at it, but it's also you're skilling into it. Like like her stat games are really good. She goes with stat items, but it's not like a Brewmaster, for example.
Yeah, they need like some aura front underlord kind of hero, someone to stand in front.
High punch or something.
Sentinel maybe, or someone that can be a front line for the Gyro, buy some auras. Gyro loves heroes that buy auras and can be the meat shield for you. So I think those are the heroes for you.
I think they need to initiate. I think they need somebody to go in and just stun people because starting a fight is a bit hard. I'm sure you have to have that up for Jara number 2 wants to go and inside of the area and go in and just keep them in place so they start a lot of people back in. This is, I would say, one of Zero's better heroes. I would say that eventually ours is okay, but you have Enigma, you have Dawnbreaker, Sanking, Sanking is the hero that could give them that just blink initiation.
It kind of does both.
Yes.
Heroes run in and tanky and start things off. And then also be a blink initiator to the right later.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
I also like the lane setup a lot more.
Yes, it's a hero that plays much better with and honestly, any like tried every type of hero on PvP has a lot of damage, a lot of stun, a lot of catch. This is a very solid draft, very magic.
You've got to start him young. You've got to get all the information you possibly can. Give him all of the lore, know that they can get all the TRs.
Have you heard this one before? I didn't know Arteezy was in the audience.
That's going to enjoy that one.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
I mean, do you guys like the Dragon Knight? Dragon Knight against Thor, and then Dawn and Dragon Knight.
Good call. An amazing prediction from Winter. What are some of the key reasons that you wanted to see it being done?
Late matchup against lane, and it's a really good with the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's a good setup. It allows them to play together as a unit.
I also think he's going to be going for like dagger potentially Mage Slayer. They have Mage Slayer plus 5 coming out from the top lane, and you might be having a lot of issues in terms of dealing with damage. This is something that Sank really hates to play against. There's also going to be pain. Sure, she does have some pure damage, but most of the damage that they do have is going to be magical early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all magic damage. Even Gyro doesn't be playing into a Mage Slayer plus pipe combo.
I'm looking at where these heroes are going for heroic. And the Enigma position 5, which I feel like has not been seen as before, is so wrong for competitive.
Most of the time.
It's like a check. A weak version of check.
Yeah, if someone's going to pull it out, it's either Insania or King Jungle.
I mean, so basically they're doing this to avoid the Enigma and Gyro matchup. Like they're trying to improve their odds of winning the lane, which I can understand why, but it means that their whole job is
So then how are the lanes going to be looking? We feel like this Enigma might be good in lane, but not towards the later part. How important are we going to see BB2 focus on having those lane lanes?
I think this is solely because they have this DK plus Dawnbreaker ulti combo in the game. They want to accelerate the game, give Dawn a core role, so they can keep doing this when they get the X early, and just keep finding pickoffs on the map and play around that. I think they're hoping that would actually carry them through the game.
They have very good counter initiation as well. You have this Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter is pretty much your core item. You have Dragon Knight who can blink in, Enigma. Eventually you're going to be getting the items as well on this position 5 Enigma, because you can always go to jungle, try to get some farm. Maybe stay in the lane a little bit longer depending how that lane's going to go, but you know, we always talk about Sanking not being the strongest laner. I want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of that lane.
And some final thoughts from you, Jenkins?
I think in that lane he can get a lot. Against TA, you peel the refraction charges off, you got a hoodwink in lane with you two. You're against Enigma 5. It's pretty easy.
All right, with our game number 3, we've already talked about how important this game is. It's elimination. For Heroic, if we see them advance, it could be the best placement South America has had. Before we get into the game, of course, we're going to hear from their coach, Caps.
Thank you very much. It is time for game number 3 of this elimination series. Caps, you seem pretty pleased with the heroes you got on the board. Tell me about what you got. Or we can just soak this in. Guys, are you ready for this game number 3? All right, Let's get to the Dota. 5 heroes on the board. Tell me what you got.
We've been practicing this for some time. I love the draft setup. KJ is a fucking beast on Enigma. I hope you can deliver.
I think he just might. And since it is indeed elimination, and we heard it from Nat, if you win this game, this will be the best a South American team has ever done in South American in TI history. And you are no stranger to being a champion. I know in October of last year, you brought South America to their first ever LAN victory in Wallachia. Are you ready to get these guys hyped up? Tell me what you're going to say to this Brazilian crowd, to all the South American Dota fans out there.
Can I get a mic?
It would be my honor.
I want to try something. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Woo! I think we got more than 50%.
I think you did, Cass. Now let's get into game number 3.
A top 4 on the line for a South American team. A game 3 that is sure to be a banger because the last time we were in this position, Avery, we got the 1 HP Miracle or Curse, depending on how you look at it.
That is a fabled game to bring up right now. A game of dreams, a game of nightmares. That is what TI always seems to deliver. And these guys have delivered some insane games so far on their run in this international. It all comes down to this, a final game to try and set history. And it's going to be an absolute barn burner because this is just skirmish city, man. Team fight on skirmish on more team fight.
Oh, already snags the first blood. BB team, I had a fear for Heroic going into this, that they might just be overwhelmed by the pace that BB team have picked up. It is a lot of run at you Dota they're going to be bringing to the table, but if they can secure a laning phase win, that would do a lot to bolster their mid game.
You got the first blood on this gyro pick. This pick to me says, I want to be able to fight. I want to be able to have a strong lane. I'm going to skirmish. Everything about this game points to fast-paced fighting Dota. That is Heroic's wheelhouse. Once more, BB have decided to meet them on their ground, on their turf.
Schofield does everything he can to teleport away. They got the damage.
Very
BB
close.
team will return the favor. Kill for a kill in the top lane.
I don't think Pure wants to...
Ooh, almost falls as well. Turns Malphite back around on the Sand King. Does end up going down to save in the end.
There's going to be a lot of kills this game. It's already pretty fast. These teams are just going to go at it. And I love it. I mean, we might not even see some Helmet Dominators here. Dare I say it? Everybody just wants to fight. They want to take the team fights. Very low cooldowns in this game. I would love to see some of the early magic resist items for Heroic. The panel talked about the pipe, the potential Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight could be super influential against BB. And if you're BB, you want to get this gyro online so you can contribute to the team fighting, and you want to make sure that GPK has a big game because, man, this guy has delivered it and time again. Last game, I think he was way too stifled from the draft. This time around, he has a very strong hero in that Queen of Pain that can always scale, can always find teamfight impact. Can he deliver one more time?
He does feel like, though, he is still a bit addressed, right? We've got some single target stuns that are rough for the Quap to be blinking in aggressively into. We've got the backline Fiend Script, we've got the Dragon Tail, and he also is going to be walking into some serious team fight between the Dawnbreaker and potentially the Enigma. Now, this Gyrocopter is pulled out of position a bit. Whisper conserving his mana for now. I mean, this is a offlaner that wants to get kills, but you've got to be very careful in how you use your mana.
Still has that Lotus victory, though. That'll go a long way for this Dawnbreaker in the off lane. A lot of resources at Whisper's disposal. Schofield tanking a lot.
If they don't go soon, Schofield's just going to die without anything in return for Heroic. The momentum now beginning to shift into Pure's favor in this safe lane.
And I love seeing BB get aggressive on their safe lane for once. It's felt like they've just been trying to survive in this lane for almost 2 series now. Yeah, pick a hero like Gyro that has Barrage. Run at your opponents, deal the DPS. You're going to take some back. I mean, that's a guarantee, but at least you're getting something out of this lane. Pure having a much better time in this game 3, at least at the start. Whisper trying to get some
wants one more hammer on him.
Out of range.
Katomi doesn't have the mana for the glimpse back.
They were going to try and sandwich him here in the trees.
Oh,
They got the hammer on him, and he got him! A teleport away denied! Pure, the walk of shame for him.
He almost should have just taken the death and been able to TP back with full resources, right? It's not as if this lane was going terribly for you. Now it is going terribly. That is going to be a lot of time off the lane for the gyro. Big moves from Whisper. Getting a lot of experience off these kills as well. There is that walk of shame.
Oh God, with
it's
no
a slow
boots,
one.
so slow.
No boots, no smoke. It's just playing Dota the hard way right now for Pure. I felt like this game was going to be a little better, but it seems this man is destined to struggle this event.
It really is. Mid lane matchup, let's talk about that. 18-11 compared to the 22-3. So the Quap walking away with a lot more denies, so should have the experience advantage, but Dragonite still getting some good gold out of the lane.
I don't think he's just lane for the Queen. GPK just winning that CS battle early, putting him in a really good position. You will have to get value out of these Sonic waves, though. That's the biggest thing. If you're BB team, you want to be playing a fast-paced game with the glimpses and the bushwhacks, but Queen of Pain's your biggest early-game damage dealer, particularly when that ult is up. Got to get GPK involved. That means focusing on those power roots, making sure his lane is good, and making sure Analog can't just push into that tower and force the Queen to sit here on low resources. Some situation like that is not going to feel great.
Save already marking his territory here. He's just going to camp out for 30 seconds if need be.
There's a triple stack potential for these Eidolons right now. KJ eyeing it up. Can he get them all?
Oh, yeah.
A little tricky.
As Cav said, they've been practicing this, and maybe this is
Oh, he got
exactly
all
how
three.
a triple stack for
Beautiful.
KJ.
Absolutely beautiful. This is the stuff you have to practice in lobby. Nail that timing exactly, especially with all these camp timings changing every patch.
Still, at the same time, GPK did pick up the shield rune, and he has the level 6 advantage. So let's talk about, you said you have to get value out of this Sonic Wave, particularly if he's going to rotate out of lane, because that means the Dragon Knight will hit this mid tower. What's the plan for GPK? Where is he looking to make this use of this ultimate?
I mean, you're either just trying to kill the Dragon Knight with rotations into you if you think you have the damage. Might be a little iffy with the lack of really strong use from the supports. Otherwise, you wait out this Dragon form, and then you can maybe TP turn around one of these aggressive plays from the Dawnbreaker. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, punish Whisper if he tries to go on Pure again. Otherwise, you just
KJ,
have to
what are you up to? Sneaking his way in. Is he going to go for the Wisdom? No, he's not. He's already got the scan on them, so he knows not to contest that. Instead, just plays to make sure that they can invade the triangle when the time comes to contest this gyrocopter.
Blocks the camp, gets vision up, trade out the shrine. This will pay off later, especially if these get stacked up for that same and you go in there and contest it with full vision. Would be really influential down the stretch here. Still Yuma coming out on top of this laning phase. Top net worth hero, getting solo XP now. Potentially can also have some ancient stacks built up for him and waiting, and there are. I mean, there's all those stacks in the jungle as well. EJ just playing an economy game. He's not really playing the lane. He hasn't been pressured to sit on there too much. He's not using the Eidolons into the Sand King. He's just using them to stack. Could potentially get another triple stack up in this Radiant jungle. They're sitting there, they're waiting. This would be a huge boon for that TA when he moves in there early. And not something I think BB expect. This is not something you're looking for right now.
No, certainly not. And this is, I love that you're doing this in a game 3-2 because BBT, all right, he missed one of them. But a double stack this time around. Nightmare pushing him up the cliff. Hatomi in a bad spot now with Whisper cutting across too. They ensure they get that kill, but now with Miro with the epicenter, the Dawnbreaker ultimate, the Sonic Wave has to be used to finish off that tanky Dragon Knight. And now Whisper, victim of both the ultimates, will fall as well. Miro cutting across the map to make this happen. A big win for BBT.
That's a beautiful move from him. Not something heroic expected at all, but BB are bringing that heat in this game 3. They are not going to get outnumbered. They're not going to get out-fought. And you have to respect the Dawnbreaker and capability of joining these fights. There he's just in the river, but that could easily be a Solar Guardian to protect that TA on him. So you need the numbers. You need the ult to go in. And a beautiful Sonic Wave to cause Whisper going into it after the ult.
And then Pure being able to go into their triangle takes the hard cam stacks. We'll see if they're prepared to deal with the other stacks that Heroic have managed to build up themselves, but that combination of plays was huge.
This will still be a really nice accelerant for Yuma. Because he doesn't want to go to that other ancient camp this early, but now this jungle is just pre-stacked, super efficient for him. You can give the bottom lane to the Enigma if KJ can stand down here without dying.
Yeah.
If he can just leech some XP, use Eidolons for some CS, he'll be happy. BB do not want to let that happen.
Yeah,
they will punish KJ. He steps a bit too far forward, caught by the bushwhack, and gives Miro another kill.
Yeah, he had to be very disciplined down there, just hide in the trees type scenario. There's no way Save is going to let you reach experience on this dead lane.
They're going to give the Ancients 2 Whispers, so they're not just going to funnel it all to the Templar Assassin, which I do kind of like.
Yeah, he's already doing stacks himself. Like, it's just an insane amount of stacks coming out. Downside of all the stacking, though, is that Enigma didn't get to play the lane as much, which gave a very good game to the Sand King. That Miro has already put that to use, and his game is going to be a little slower. So there is a trade-off to this economy right now for Heroic.
Oh, Whisper, not now! Not on the main stage of TI!
Not his finest moment. I'm sure we've all been there, but not on this stage.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the opposing offlaner, he's clearing out stacks and has his Blink Dagger. So BB team are about to pick up the tempo more than they already have.
So far, man. This TA has 112 CS, and this Sand King is above him in net worth. That's crazy. That is a ridiculous start for the playmaker here on the side of BB. Maybe they insta-smoke with this and try and look for the play, because he has Epicenter available as well. Max Sandstorm drawn. He would love to fight around one of these tier 1s to transition into an objective. If you combine the Queen of Pain plus the Sand King right now, you can win any fight. It's an overwhelming amount of damage.
What a move from BB team, abandoning the off lane here. They baited out KJ. King Jungle sat in that safe lane, expecting BB team to go on him again, but
so
two-man smoke is going to be spoiled, and instead they'll try and take the off lane tower.
There's that smoke.
Here comes that Blink Dagger. KJ
nice
to try and stop it as best he can, using the Eidolons to take the tower. The Siege Wagon chips away at it, and BB team will reveal some of their heroes. But the full extent, not known by King Jungle's, not hit by the Burrow Strike, but the Bushwhack will certainly land, and they'll still have a glimpse back when necessary. Pull them back in a little bit. BB team are very scared to go in on this. They just don't know what's behind King Jungles. They had the right idea. The Heroic was behind him. They finally commit. A bit of an overcommitment with GPK dropping the Sonic Wave.
I mean, maybe he just wanted the kill, but he didn't even get it. That was a lot overcommittal. I mean, this is a super important spell in this early game. If you don't even get the tower out of it, you're going to feel a little bad with that usage. Nonetheless, you did save the Epicenter, so you can continue to move Miro around this map. Turn him into a massive threat, and another double stack on this triangle. It's just gotten out of control. There was the early ward placed there. Still up, by the way. Never got rewarded on the cliff.
Is Heroic capable of contesting, though?
It's tough. I mean, you have Bane and Enigma. How do you get your supports in here and let them do anything, right? Your cores are not really contested. They're going to smoke for it. They're late to the party.
Schofield, he shows himself first, trying to get Katomi. Instead, the Static Storm for him. But the smoke wrapping up the side, that's going to be the bigger move. Nero committed his Epicenter to kill this Bane. Dawnbreaker ultimate still coming in. Schofield somehow is still not dead, while the Heroic backstab does not land yet. They're still searching for these heroes. Okay, they managed to find Save up here in the jungle. But at the same time, oh, the Black Hole is going to whip on GPK. And here comes Pure. A host of magic damage that should bring the Dragon Knight to his knees, and KJ soon to fall.
Such strong cores for BB to skirmish around the defensive choke point like that with their tower and support coming in. Pure can easily clean these fights up with overwhelming spell damage. He just glimpsed the Dawnbreaker out. It's such a big factor. Whisper, he joins that fight. It's like maybe you can turn off his strength, glimpse straight back to top lane. Just missing numbers. Yuma's not in the middle of that, giving you overwhelming physical damage. The Deso's not done yet. Felt like that was just a bit of a forced game. Yeah, you see him taking the stacks. Yeah, you want to contest this, but your heroes are just not built for it at this point in the game. So you got to respect the damage this Gyrocopter can output. This is a fighting carry.
Particularly since you had another option, no experience there, right? You've got a Dragon. If they're going to back off and take off, their jungle, their stacks, then you've got a Dragonite to pressure these towers. But instead, the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 safe lane are still up for BBs.
You're also just close to big items. Like that Blink just arrived for the DK. That's a clean initiation when you run the control in between teams. You can maybe make a play off that. Instead, it arrives now after that play. Closing out the vessel. Just a long time. A little momentum off that team fight. Safe looking for more.
Yeah. Katomi tried to go for the Wisdom Shrine. See if he can sneak a Nightmare play. But he will be caught and killed on that.
And damage is off as well. Okay. Number 3 right here. Closing in on that level 12. Such
more of a left forward to their favor, but it feels like they're actually catching up in stacks.
They definitely recovered the stack game. Early it went Heroic's way. That big game it went their way. And they're just continuing to play off of Miro's strengths. Absolute beast in the smoke gangs. A lot of early smokes committed. That might be something that comes back to haunt you. The Roche is a testable objective later. But for now they are working and it's giving you a lot of map control, especially if you get this tier 1 offense play.
And Pierre's going to make sure they do get it. With Miro behind them, ready to go with the epicenter. There's just, it's not possible for Heroic to stop this.
Taking advantage of the fact that the Enigma's just not that strong on the map compared to the outrange of the Disruptor. Hoodwink, Pierre. Listen, man, your games have been a struggle a little bit. Not make it any more difficult than we need to.
Yeah, there's no need to draw even more enemies on the field than you already have.
Blink Dragon Knight move with the form already committed. They need to get something out of this.
Just using the blink, they know they can catch him. Dragon Tail, Beam Script if necessary, and they feel like it is.
Big kill. That's a 4x streak, almost 1,000 gold to the team after that kill. And some early Deso charges for Yuma, almost level 13. Really nice clean pickoff there, abusing the fact that tier 1 went down early in this game.
Speeding these cores along to BKB seems a necessity for Heroic, though Analog's not going to go for that.
Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer instead for him. You actually think that's the better choice?
It's just so good against BB's line. Like, I don't know how you can turn it down. Maybe it's a little slow, but...
I mean, by that same argument, is it BKB really good against BB's team?
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. This item's a little cheaper, a little better of a farming item. You can kind of build some momentum with it.
Oh, he was just about to get his Aghanim Scepter. He buys it out, but in trouble. Tries to pull himself away from the epicenter. Turns back in with the Starbreaker and the ultimate. He's going to drop it on Miro, and Miro might be the one to be bursting here. Instead, goes a glimpse on the Templar Assassin. Stops the damage. Miro survives because of that. Flame Whisper's life. Take the tower once again. BB team. Every single time it feels like there's a full plan out here where they are getting that kill into an important objective.
And everything is going through the Sand King right now. Like, all these fights and plays start with him going in. It's just not a hero that Heroic want to commit into, especially when you're getting heroes glimpsed out of the fight. If you bring the whole team together, you take that fight head on, you can take him down. You can win that 5-on-5, but not when you're trickling in one by one and Katayomi just gets the punish. You have to be a bit more disciplined around this glimpse in these team fights.
The smoke is going to bypass the ward, but Yuma, he drew on the map. He knew that this play was coming, and despite the ward offering some false security, he will not be caught in this trap, and instead, they'll place their own little play here, a high ground ward, and wait to see if BD team walk into them.
His map reads have been immaculate this event. Absolutely one of the hardest carries to kill this international, and BB trying to accomplish the near impossible. Will not find him. Have to just gate top, but who are you going to find up here? Just Eidolon's pushing the wave.
He does at least ensure that the tier 1 goes down, but they've let Pierre alone here. Heroic. They catch him on this Ancient stack. It's hard to do, though. There's a defensive ward around that Ancient stack. The Watcher is up. Instead, they're going to spot save. Much easier kill. Dragon Tail stays pretty tanky, but they get the Nightmare to pull him back in. Whoa, got canceled there. Fiend's Grip. He'll finally go down.
Nice little pick off this ward in their own jungle. It's designed to do.
And slowing down the vessel is going to be huge for Analog's game.
Definitely helps. I mean, they have a lot of defensive vision right now. Heroic just trying to play on their side of the map, play around these wards that are giving him a little extra info, let BB run into them. It's kind of been the MO of this game so far. They have one ward across the river, and it's that Radiant Ward bottom, which sees literally nothing, by the way, because it got replanted on by trees, so not the most useful in terms of vision. And there's the Ags for the Sand King. Incredible timing here. 5, 1, and 4 start is going to do some serious damage in the team fights if he goes unchecked.
And I don't really know how you stop him unless you give the initiation, which Heroic hasn't really managed to do in this game.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to try and counterplay this game against the glimpse, against the AoE damage. There's just so much waiting for you when you drop in. Maybe the one upside for Heroic here is if the game slows down, like their team is the one that can kill Grosjean very quickly off the TA, whereas it's a lot slower for BB. They're a lot more magic damage AoE oriented. That Rosh is not so easy to bring down. So they can, it's a little difficult to force objectives right now, even though they feel like they have the team fight advantage. They will likely take Tormentor here. That's the only thing. There's BKB for the Templar Assassin. That's the
I really thought they were just gonna accept that they would give up Tormentor in exchange for playing for farm,
but the item timing, right? You got BKB on the TA, you got the Mage Slayer on the Dragon Knight, and you have Blink Dagger on King Jungle. This could be a super pivotal item. The first fight where that Enigma has Blink, sometimes you clump a little too much, he gets that big black hole.
BB team are not doing the Tormentor. They're waiting and waiting. Patience may just pay off here. Schofield, he's going to be the one to break. They got the vision on him, trying to get a ward up there. Does manage to spot out at least the same team. Analog blinks over the initiation. He got the Dragon Tail stun into a little bit more. The Stormbreaker on the JPK, but it goes away. And JPK, not dead yet, gets off the Sonic Wave and stays standing.
These glimpses have destroyed them in the fight.
How do you stop them if you don't have BKBs on all your cores?
Still a black hole here.
He's still got it here. Black hole goes out, an immediate glimpse. Still the Whisper, he's the Starbreaker. Oh, always secure. One more melt hit and they've got him. Whisper, he runs headlong into BB team, accepting that this life is forfeit. He'll help get Yuma out of here. Will Yuma completely escape from KJ? He'll make sure that Yuma backs away. Yuma, you've got to get out of here. Oh, he's starting to get fighting. This is insane. He's got Schofield trying him out well. Tries to blow up the save. Meanwhile, the Fiend's grip on GPK. GPK does end up going down. Yuma fighting for his life underneath the sandstorm and winning with the buyback coming out with the heroic support. They'll find another. Two down. And a third. What the hell was that? Yuma, Schofield makes a call on 2 versus 4 to turn the whole damn game.
You have to play with confidence at TI. You have to go for the big plays. Yuma says, I don't care if we lost the fight. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to win my own. What a turn and what a call from the heroic carry. You're going to get this tournament.
That could have been the game being over for Heroic. Instead, they give themselves the lead in a game 3.
Such a difficult call to make, and they played it perfectly. And this black hole, that's as much as you can get there, right? It goes off just long enough that you're able to secure that gyrocopter kill. That's what you want. You're going to have to pay some price to bring him down. But man, I was like, why is Yuma lingering here? There's nothing left to be done, but the Bane coming in with grip is just enough to give you confidence to go for this play. And nobody could cancel it.
Yeah, what happens if Miro was able to, if he had Burrow strike up to stop that Fiend's grip in the first place? It could have been such a different fight, but instead, Heroic. Now they've got quite the lead. 2,000 net worth up. Schofield, he'll be picked off by BB team, who are threatening the Roshan. Schofield got some information on that. Get it?
For the glimpse, not quite. I mean, they were threatening both, but this is very slow. Yeah, they can't force the issue when they feel strong. That is the good news for Heroic. Man, Yuma, man, level 18 on this Templar Assassin, 12 Desos. He gets this Daedalus, he is going to cook them in the fight. This lineup has a big weakness in it, which is the man fight potential. The ability to stand there and fight a BKB carry. The Gyro cannot deliver in that department for some time, which is why he desperately wants this Aegis right now.
It's slow, but BB team confident that they can still win the fight. Oh no! What a fast reaction from King Jungles! Pulled back in, but he's completely whipped out on that Static Storm. Still though, wait, GPK's in trouble once again. We've seen this one before, but the Bushwhack saves him this time, and an epicenter demolishing Heroic right in the middle. Still though, Yuma had a chance, couldn't kill Miro. BKB TP out, Whisper dies as he gets run down. Same as Schofield. BB team, they hit right back.
Saves Hoodwink is so goddamn good. It is ridiculous. He has delivered time and time again on this hero. He always finds the Bushwhack at the exact moment BBT needed in the fight. They get a swift Roshan into a team fight victory. The momentum swings back their way up 2K, and now this Gyro can take the fight to the Templar Assassin as he has 2 lives to do it. Ags online, Manta online, and then Ags delivered for the Queen of Pain. That will be GPK's item of choice to try and scale into this one. could be pretty nasty against this lineup that's already a little clunky and doesn't have that much mobility along all three of their cores. You get hit by these daggers, it's just going to kite you out. It's going to make your life miserable. You're going to be stuck in the sandstorm. This team fight is not getting easier for you right now. You have a black hole available. Go for a quick solo pickoff.
I mean, the Sand King is everything to BB Team. So when he's dead for this 45 seconds, it does give Heroic free reign.
Nice find. Absolutely drop this Enigma ultimate to take a core off the map. That's a lot of time to recover, get the farm back up. But I will say Analog's road ahead of him was difficult. In this Dragon Knight 1-4 start, he went to Mage Slayer to get that team fight victory out of it. Now this item feels like he should have gone for something that's going to scale a bit harder. Very tough position for him to be in. He's just going to have to play on the front line. His sneakiness to deliver that victory for overall.
Do you think that the Dragon Knight's lack of skill right now is why the game favors BB Team so much? I mean, they've given it a 70-30 matchup. Why do you think that is?
Their cores are out ahead, and they're going to be able to kite the Dragon Knight out. The Dragon Knight's not delivering enough damage. Dawnbreaker's not delivering enough damage. They have enough to keep it sustained, but BB can push through it, as we've seen. Especially Queen of Pain with an ag skill. She delivers a lot of sustained damage over the course of a long fight.
That's why Heroic have put so much effort into killing this Quav at the start of every fight. That last bushwhack saved GPK's game, though caught out by the Fiend's Grip here.
Beautiful catch. Heroic finding some openings on this map right now. This Aegis period has not been clean for BB. In fact, I think they're losing net worth lead. The solo ultimate pickoff game between these two supports is amazing if you can just continue to do it. There's nothing global to bail you out. There is no Dawnbreaker ult. There is no global silence. Found some big ones here. And Yuma's been involved every time, which is the one here that's continuing to scale and power up for Heroic. Level 20 now in this Templar Assassin. It's about to finish Daedalus. Continuing to find the Deso charges. It'll be a fast butterfly for Pure. Try and bring some evasion to the field against STA, who's not going to have MKB for a while. Would be a really nice timing to get it online. You combine that with a Satanic later, you're going to be very tanky. But Heroic definitely recovered this period. I thought this was going to be a lot worse for them. Instead, they just took the lead. They found two big pickoffs. You're almost doing Enigma BKB here.
That's crazy. They have nothing to stop that.
Nope, it is a free Enigma BKB black hole game, and that is the terrifying part of this pick. I think KJ has itemized absolutely correctly. You could have gone for some auras. You could have, tried to build a pipe or something. Just go BKB, boy. Get in there and deal the damage. If you're in a situation where you could black hole the Queen of Pain or the Gyrocopter, that can just be the team fight over. You're taking so much damage out of BB's lineup, which is another reason why they have to continue to scale 3 cores here. We're up against some very strong debuff piercing ultimates. You cannot rely on one hero to say all, be it all. You can get in there with everybody and deal damage across the board.
BB Team, less than a minute left on this Aegis. Let me take the tier 2 top, completed a butterfly. A lot of timings coming together here. And you're likely to just brute force it. Level 20 as well.
You have to get something out of this Aegis. You have lost around 4 or 5k net worth.
Will also be the Wisdom Shrine. Whisper, he's going to try and stop Mira on the other side, but Mira gets there first. And that means they're going to chase after the Gyrocopter.
Able to find the stun. Put a Solar Guardian into that. That was a dangerous play for sure. That was. Playing with fire on the back line here. They can't really get wards out.
Look at all the vision he's gotten down and placed that lane ward up top. Like, they know what the game plan is. KJ, he wants to just rat the map as much as possible. He's doing a good job of it with his Eidolons. The wards enable that.
Right, this is an impactful 0-8 Enigma. It does not feel like he's 0-8.
No, it doesn't.
You can also just potentially find a solo hero with Black Hole and the Solar Guardian. Like, that is enough damage to bring some of the heroes down in this game.
He commits for the Courier.
It's the Gyro Courier that didn't die.
Got off the shield. That means Pure will still have a TP scroll if that Courier can get to him. Who are currently smoke wrapping through Triangle, getting deep into Heroic side of the map,
Yuma.
and wrapping into Yuma. Yuma right past him. He blinks away. Instead, they get the Bane.
even getting the BKB out of the Templar Assassin would have been a small win, but smaller still is the life of Schofield.
Maybe they try and kick Analog out up here, but there's Radiant Vision up here. He can play it to the limit. That was an amp damage Queen of Pain. GPK, that was something that wanted to turn into a team fight. Wolfhead will have to play with the next Roshan. Heroic and God. So there's the BKB for KJ. Their team fight's online. It looks scary, man. This black hole is going to be a big problem.
I think it's always scary when you have the rat combined with the punish, because you're so busy running around the map that sometimes, maybe discipline, it wavers a little bit. You don't maintain that positional, distance between each other to make sure you don't get black hole. You're so busy chasing after the Enigma or the Dragonite who are ratting you out that you may find yourself in a turnaround situation. Heroic.
Not expect the move to come into you because you've been on the chase for so long. Now you are the chase.
And it's Katomi. Two-shot casually by Yuma. The rest of the smoke not revealed yet. Now it shows on a save. Save shoots himself down to the low ground, but revealed. The trees are taken away from him. All cover gone, and Yuma, a godlike spree for him and his Templar Assassin as they regain control.
Just feels like Heroic have a better read on this map right now. Yuma just playing out of his mind. A perfect game from him so far, 9-0. TA has an insane amount of Deso charges, an insane amount of damage, and if you give him an Aegis in this game, that was an important reason why BB took it away. You do not want to put Aegises on this Templar Assassin. That fight becomes impossible. Oh, just outmaneuvering him right now. They have found more pickoffs. They've gone the lanes in better. They've got deeper vision, more information to play off of. It kind of feels like they're outscaling him. Like they have this Enigma backup. They have this Bane grip that can come out. I don't know what this Gyro is supposed to do in these late game fights against all these debuff piercing ultimates. You can recover this Dragon Knight's game. It's not possible. He already has that BKB done. You can build into some damage. You can get a Bloodthorn here. You can eventually get to Black Dragon if you want it. You can get a Mjolnir. Whatever your choice is, the DK is going to do some serious damage. There's a lot of pressure on BB to try and find something here in the next 5 or so minutes leading into this next Roshan. You have to execute. Have to find a jump. Have to make Heroic clump so your AoE can go to work. That's the best thing about your lineup.
Are they ever going to have anything that stops BKB TP out? At this rate, it feels like Heroic could do this indefinitely as long as they have the right vision to see the initiation coming. It feels like they could just keep splitting the map until they're finally ready to fight.
Oh, Heroic doesn't dodge you. Heroic fights you. And if they're stronger, they're going to force the issue.
I guess the question remains, do they think they're stronger? Oh, they're trying to play Baroche right now. They know the exact timing of it thanks to the Templar Assassin innate. A double meld hit.
It's fast.
It's going to be so fast that BB team, even if they were to move right now, they wouldn't get there in time.
Such a big win. I mean, it's not just a win because you get an Aegis on a TA. It's a win because there was never a team fight around this point for BB. That is one of the places they could have gotten a clump out of Heroic, just naturally doing the Roshan. Their lineup could have punished that. That fight never happens. You missed that opportunity. Now that team fight's going to happen in terrain that is far better for Heroic to fight around.
I will say, without a doubt, BB team just looked more scared. Right? They've clumped all the way. They're just 5-manning across the map non-stop. Heroic, they're playing with some risk, right? Their heroes are split up around the map, and as a result, the network that they pulled back into their favor has swung this win probability to almost an even game.
I will say Pure is hitting his power point, right? That Satanic's done. He has the butterfly. There is no evasion Pierce on this TA yet. Good evasion box in that fight. You get a good Satanic off. You can live for a very long time here. You can maybe even survive some of those big ults coming out from the supports. But you're right, they're playing a little scared. I mean, there's a Tormentor sitting there right behind him. They're expecting the fight, but how long can you wait for this? Everybody waiting for the fight to come to them right now. This is what happens in a TI elimination game. You do not want to be the first to pull the trigger.
BB team, how long are you willing to sit here?
You got to just do this tournament. They're trying to bait it a little bit.
But what if Heroic never want to contest? What if they just want to farm?
This is where patience can be rewarded. They just walked over that observer ward, BB. They got information. That's what they wanted. They saw two cores up here. Can you get the jump?
A little bit out of sight. They spot Yuma. Yuma's right underneath the ward. Can Miro get this initiation? They've got to chain the stuns. Yuma's walking into them. Oh, wait! They make a little bit of a jump there, but this gives Yuma. They don't want to go after this Aegis hero. But
they want Analog.
That's your option. They go for Analog. Miss Burrow! And the BKB goes off from Analog. BB team, can they recover this? Instead, they find Schofield. But Dragon Knight, he jumps into the back line, and that gives the opening. Whisper, hit three. A massive ultimate. And now a black hole! Sonic right over the top of Solar Guardian. That will be the nail in the coffin for BB team.
You clung against a lineup that punishes you so damn hard every time. The confident jump from Analog, knowing his team will back him up even with the BKB expiring. You have Aegis to play with and let Yuma frontline. BB saw no good targets. They got pushed into a corner and they had no answer for the team fight supremacy that was double Solar Guardian Black Hole. That ult from Whisper stunned everybody just on the edge. Heroic break this game open. They are going high ground. 11k gold lead, 2 minutes on the Aegis. No buyback available for this gyro for 40. This should be one lane, maybe two, guaranteed. And a potential top 4 for the first time in Dota history for a South American squad.
The spirit of an entire region behind Heroic, and they're playing like it. They're playing with that aggression, with that fearlessness. And now they've got full, firm control over this game. 13,000 net worth lead, and an Aegis still for a minute and a half. A banner still for another push if they want to try for it. BB team, they push outside of the base. They find Schofield, something small to work with. Heroic, say you can have him.
Die back on the bane, at least get some time to regroup here. But how is the team fight getting better? That's the big question we have yet to address. Put your gyro on the front line. You can maybe just say, okay, we messed up that Burrow strike, we lost a lot of damage, but there are BKBs on the side of the road. There's double Solar Guardian to help you sustain through it. And the Black Hole threat is just immense right now. You don't have a clear answer to it. You can sense the frustration. You can sense the dire situation BB are in right now. This is just a nasty fight. If the TA isn't there with Aegis, that's a very different story, right? That ward was extremely good. You had the angle to want to jump him. You can't blame him.
And then Analog gives the opening for Whisper, and both Pure and Katomi. Pure stuck in the Lotus pool and didn't have a way out.
Black Hole on 3. Throw the other Guardian on top. That Lotus pool would have no, he really just got stuck in.
Whisper, over 5,000 damage being done. And he knows he might have just won the series for them.
So clutch.
Level 25 for Templar Assassin. Level 25 for the Dawnbreaker right around the corner.
Big talent. Absolutely massive talent. He's even going to have the level 18 on KJ for the level 3 Black Hole. That's a significant damage upgrade. You have the Bloodthorn on the Dragon Knight. All the late game scaling coming in for Heroic ahead of BB. Still need BKB on the Queen of Pain here. You need Refresher on the Sand King. These are the biggest items. A little slower. If that fight breaks out before you have double epicenter, it looks near impossible. This could be a game where you might just have to go Divine Raystone. It doesn't feel great, but you are going to need some overwhelming punch in the fight. There's nowhere else it can come from.
BB team, they've had some crazy comebacks before in this international. Their backs are against the wall on this one, and it's beginning to show. Miro's failed jump on that Burrow strike. The nerves are clearly playing a hand here in this game for BB team. The pressure cooker that is TI will not experience a more intense situation as a Dota player than this.
You can't practice for it. You just have to hope that decades of experience go the distance when it matters most.
It's what it means to be clutch. You either got it or you don't. Another Tormentor for Heroic.
He's getting so much right now. Analog's game completely recovered. Level 25 available for the Dawnbreaker and the TA.
Yuma runs right into Pure. Hello.
Not afraid at all. Some damage off that sharpshooter.
Yeah, he did get pretty low. And they will Solar Guardian just to make sure he does not get jumps in. This instant Miro trying to go for it, but a double BKBs, and he's met with a Dragon Tail, a Fate's Grip over the top, and once again, the initiation is denied.
That was bizarre. They just let him sleep there forever. I don't know if that was a bait or just, it was so janky, but BB fell for it. They ended up losing their Sand King, who was on his way to that refresher. They might have to take this fight without him. Need to find something here. He has no buyback.
A quick pick off on Schofield would do one for them. They do have the Static Storm. There's no BKB, so Solar Guardian goes out. They found the black hole. It's catching the gyrocopter. Sonic Wave trying to push away. Here with the Satanic. It's keeping himself up. 1 versus 4 for them all. Trying to take down one of these cores. He's fighting up against Analog, and he's getting the life steal to keep himself up. BB team on the edge, but they will hold off that fall just a little longer.
Dude, what a fight from Pure. He just gets in the middle of everybody with this Satanic Butterfly, gets a couple evasion procs. The Dragon Knight got us isolated, couldn't put the damage into him. He survives, gets a massive Satanic off, and finally able to deliver a killing blow to Heroic in this team fight. That was a very bold fight to take. 4 on 5 without your biggest team fighter. Beautiful execution here. Sonic Wave lands exactly when you needed it on all 3 cores.
Look at
Push
Yuma
up.
Oh man, pushed up to that high ground. What can you do?
And the daggers are just flying from GPK the entire time. They took such good advantage of that Dragon Knight being isolated in the kinetic field Static Storm, pulling a team fight win out of nowhere. BB do it again, and they're going to get Roche off this. This is going to be another Aegis for Pure to play with. Refresher shard in the pit, banner in the pit, to take all of that away from Heroic. That would have been a game ender.
The game has slipped through Heroic's grasp.
Oh, they were marching their way to victory. Now this is absolutely anybody's game.
They've got it clawed back.
I mean, is
but
this
BBT, they've got the momentum now.
Is this divine character? You're fast, you have Aegis, you're getting close to that gold, you're running out of slots. This man has done it before at TI. It's not uncomfortable for him. It might be what you need to win this game. It's Swiftly.
A refresher for Miro. So if they can find that initiation, Pure will be able to jump right into it, as will the Disruptor potentially. Now that Burrow Strike, it's a lot more deadly if it's an Static Storm over the top of it.
These are the opportunities BB need to win these fights. Didn't exist 4 or 5 minutes ago. They exist now. You have an opening. You can go in with this Burrow Strike and threaten any of these cores because that Static Storm will get dropped on top. And there is no way to bail that hero out other than committing more with the Solar Guardians on top with a black hole in the middle of everybody. It could work out for you. It could be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, the more you throw it at, the higher the risk is, right? Maybe that Solar Guardian doesn't save you. Maybe you're just running into that Static Storm. And BB team on the hunt. 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Sweeping across the map, keeping that same 5-man formation. They say, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down together.
Disassembled that butterfly for Swiftly. It felt like the MKB was incoming for Yuma, which would have been his next item, but he doesn't have it yet. How did he give up that evasion? You have 2 lives on the Aegis and Satanic.
Especially since that evasion was entirely what saved him in that last engagement.
Absolutely working his base for right now. This is incredibly nasty if you get caught on it.
Something interesting to work with. You get a little information on the Dawnbreaker.
And keep in mind, 25 hit for GPK, that's a Sonic Wave damage upgrade. This thing's hitting for 900, and he's the one who got the refresher shard off the road. So it's going to be double 900 damage, pure damage, Sonic Waves going into the fight, amped up even more. This is over 2,000 damage of pure going into somebody. Somebody just has to take it.
Heroic has to get the jump. It's the only option. And Pure is going to put them in a very uncomfortable position
position. With the banner dropped and swiftly into the base.
Do not want to dive too deep, though. This is still a lineup that can
Look at the cut. This is big. If they can manage to take away the mid-creep wave as well, that should be protected by DBT.
Kills that banner, though. That's a little bit into the high ground push here. Such a terrifying push. Don't know who has buyback available. And guess what? It's all 5 for Heroic. They all stand up. This push is almost doomed to fail. Unless you execute out of your minds right now. Fortune favors the bold.
Will it favor him here? A bold move to go into the base, but they found the bushwhack into the epicenter initiation of Sonic Wave 1, and that's one down. Now he's on the Solar Guardian though, so he does trade off core for core with the buyback being used on the Dragonite. Now Heroic, they want to make the most of this situation. They got the control on the GPK and on the Solar Guardian to finish him off. The bushwhack comes the Templar assassin at bay, and GPK, he's away. Another Sonic Wave, and back in. A killer instinct for GPK, but it might just go alive here as a black hole. It gets it pure. Wait a minute, though. I think Titanic, he stays alive. Doesn't lose the engine just yet, but analog. That's going to be a buyback for him. A nightmare up with a high ground. No, he's not going to make it. Stuck on the low gun and nothing on a bushwhack. Save. Give him an opportunity. BB team still working with this Aegis. Do they go in? Do they go for the throat? 2 heroes dead. One of them with no buyback.
Use GPKs though. You all in here and you die. It's game. It's up to Pure. It's his call. It's his shot to take right now. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Another buyback from Heroic. They're down to 2. Whisper on that Dawnbreaker. Yuma on that TA. They somehow got Whisper out of that
Another
fight.
refresher. They may not see this coming. There's another black hole available. As he said, they all day they got the Static Storm on a Pure.
But you can't go.
They can't. No. GPK, he does go. He does get that kill. He does force that buyback.
Where is it? Yuma, you have to pull the trigger. There it is.
KJ, this is an opportunity, a moment for greatness. Can he hit the black hole? That sets up everything for Heroic. God damn, it's not enough. Pure hits the Satanic, and everything is wasted for Heroic.
How is he alive? He's just tanking
Sideblade after sideblade, not enough to kill Miro and Pure. He can play it slow. He's got another Satanic coming up.
There's no way you back here, right? I mean, you have pushed this to the limit so far. You have another Satanic. You've gotten everything out of Heroic from 5 buybacks to none available. Black Hole dropped. Refresher Black Hole dropped. There's nothing left in the tank. Pure makes the call. Divine Rapier, Swift Blink in. He's going for the throat. Going for the throne. He wants to deny a South American top 4.
And claim his own top 4. He made it to the final day of TI before. He's led a team to this victory before. He apologized to his team. He said, I'm sorry, but next time, I will carry you. And he does it. He takes his team all the way to top 4 at a TI.
What a redemption game for that man right there. That thing looked completely out of reach, and somehow that one team fight bottom tier 2, belief in the squad, belief in your carry, go in, let him do the work. The Satanic timing was beautiful, and Pure just turns this game on its head. Crazy bushwhacks from Save, crazy survivability from GPK. This team was pushed to the brink, but they just did not give up. And they will find themselves victorious in a Game 3 that seemed out of reach, denying South America that top 4 that has always eluded them. It was so close. If you execute one more team fight in that game, it is yours.
It was all it took, just one more fight. And South America, hearts bleeding right now. They've been here before. They've watched a team come so close to setting history. And Heroic regrets and redemption. The 2 sides of the coin in these matches. Overwhelming happiness for the win and unforgettable grief in the loss.
Man, what a series for these 2 teams. It's one of the most memorable BO3s I think we have seen at TI in a long time. So much on the line, so many clutch plays, so many insane team fight victories off the spellcasting alone. And that last fight, that base defense, you land the black hole of your dreams. You cannot ask for more, and it is not enough.
Let's talk to the man of the hour. He did it. He did it for BB Team. Let's talk to Pure. Pure, I mean, what on earth was going through your head at the end of that game? You were locked in, making no mistakes. How do you stay focused in a moment like that?
I mean, I think I made quite a lot of mistakes, but we won in the end, guys. So happy about that.
You mentioned before in an interview for a different language yesterday that you feel like you haven't been playing your best this TI, but I think that game earned you a lot of redemption. That was some incredible moments. Do you feel like you've redeemed yourself?
Of course, guys, I think we disappoint you a lot, guys, with games against Falcons in the upper bracket, guys, but we gonna came back stronger, and we already show you, we have already shown you that we can win, and we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna be even stronger in the finals days and in the finals, guys.
All the way to the finals. That is a promise right there. I also want to ask you about your teammates as well, of course, because GPK, he has been pulling in some incredible moments. What's it been like playing with him as a teammate throughout this tournament?
I mean, he's crazy good. He's always been like that, like this last year, and I think he's performing as his best as always. So just pleased to play with him. You know, like it's good to have him in my team.
He has been fantastic. Last question from me then. Of course, we do say goodbye to the South Americans here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how Yuma and the rest of Heroic played in that series?
He played good. I think he made a lot of progress like since last year, and he's playing really nice. I think he's a proper carry. He can win some tournaments maybe someday.
Maybe, but not today. Today is your day as you go through 2 top 4. Guys, give it up for Pure and BB Team!
What a series that we have been treated to here. It was elimination for BB Team or Heroic, and the way that this Game 3 played out, there was desperation from both sides. Everyone trying to do what they possibly can, and whilst Heroic might not go down in the history books for the highest placement of a South American team, they will definitely go down in histories with the play that they made, the series they gave for us, and of course that black hole towards the end there.
Oh my God.
Arena was on their feet for it.
That was genius, and the fact that it didn't work out. I just want to thank both of these teams for giving us the best series of the tournament so far in a tournament that has already been one of the hypest TIs ever. This was an incredible game of Dota and an incredible series.